just check with Caroline that you can see and hear me okay today?
Yes, absolutely fine. Mr. Ward and Mr. Milam, good morning. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Well, as happy as it can be under the circumstances
Absolutely.
at the moment. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. My name is Kevin Ward and my colleague inspector is Phil Milam. We're the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State under Section 20 of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004 to carry out the independent examination of the Folkestone and Hythe District Core Strategy Review. The programme officer for the examination is Caroline Williams, who you've all seen and met, and she will be present for the duration of the hearing session. Given the number of people involved today, which is a significant number, it would be helpful if we could just have the lead representatives from the council keeping their cameras on throughout the session, but those providing specialist support, if you can just keep cameras off until you're required to speak. Likewise for the other participants, if the lead representative of those people can keep their cameras on for the duration. But again, if you have people in support providing some specialist input, if they can keep cameras off until called upon. Please only speak when asked to do so, and obviously when you do that you'll need to unmute your microphone. Otherwise keep your microphone on mute during the hearing session. And just to emphasise, we'll only have one participant speaking at a time. If anyone does wish to speak at a particular point, if you could use the hand raise facility, which I think you've all had a practice with, that will draw our attention to the fact that you want to come into the discussion, and we'll bring you in as soon as we can. Just before we proceed any further with the openings, it would be useful just to get some introductions just from the lead representatives from the council and the other participants. For those providing supporting roles, we'll just leave that for the time being, and if you're called upon, we can have you to introduce yourselves then. So if we can start with the council again, first of all, Mr. Shadaravian.
So good morning to you and to everybody. My name is Paul Shadaravian, Queen's Counsel, acting for the council.
Thank you.
My name is Adrian Tofts, Lead Policy Specialist for Folkestone and Hythe District Council.
Good morning. Okay, do we have Mr. Bailey?
Good morning, I'm Tim Bailey from Planning Policy Specialist at Folkestone and Hythe District Council.
Good morning. And Mr. Whittington.
Apologies there. I'm actually not talking on this session. I'm here in the background.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, apologies.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else speaking on behalf of the council, particularly for the morning or the afternoon session today?
Yes, good morning, sir. James Hammond, Strategy and Policy Senior Specialist on behalf of the council.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
So we may also have Mr. Honey, Jess Honey, dealing with landscape issues in relation to the North Downs.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll just move through the other participants in the list, in the order of the list that I have. So start with Mr. Horner.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Graham Horner, Chairman of Shipway Area CPRE, or CPRE Kent.
Okay. And Mr. Barrett. Yeah, Mr. Barrett.
I do know, sir, Mr. Barrett's had some difficulty finding the link. I don't know whether he's been in touch with the programme coordinator.
Okay. I'm sure Caroline will be working behind the scenes to sort that out so far. Miss Miller.
Good morning. Katie Miller, Planning Manager with the Kent Downs Area of Outstanding Natural Beauty Unit.
Good morning. And Mr. Haining.
Good morning, can you hear me?
I can, yes, Mr. Haining, good morning.
Hello, my name's David Haining. I am a resident for 20 years in Sellinge, living on the A20 and Barrow Hill, and I work at the ports, dealing with traffic coming in and out of the country.
Okay, are you happy to have your camera on when speaking, Mr. Haining, or not? It's fine if you don't wish to, but...
No, that would be fine.
Yeah.
That is my, wait a minute, let me just see, start video. There we go.
There we go, great.
Sorry about that. I don't know if that's pleasant or not.
Yes, much better, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Haining, thank you. Councillor Mrs. Harman.
Good morning. I'm Linda Harman. I'm the chair of Aldington Parish Council and the elected borough representative for Ashford Borough Council for Saxon Shore, which includes the villages of Aldington, Bonington, Bilsington and Ruckinge.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Eden.
Good morning. I'm Bob Eden and I am also a Sellinge resident. I'm a chartered architect and I'm co-chairman of the Sellinge and District Residents Association.
Good morning, Mr. Eden. And Miss Offord. Sorry, Miss English, sorry.
Hello, my name's Katie Ingalls. I'm from Iceni Projects and I'm representing Quinn Estates today. I'm only really interested in agenda item 1 for today. So if possible, I'll probably leave after that session.
That's fine, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Offord.
Inspector, she's not joining. My apologies. Just had a
Okay.
note through. She's not joining today.
Okay.
And at the moment, we are struggling to get Mr. Barrett to join. He does have the link, but he's not able to join yet. But he'll be there as soon as possible.
Thank you. Thanks, Caroline. Mr. Baker. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. I'm afraid I'm having some difficulty with my video this morning.
Okay.
I don't know whether you can hear me yet.
I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you fine. Thank you, Mr. Baker. Yeah. Yes, we can see you as well now. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. My name is Jeremy Baker. I'm a resident of Canterbury, and it's in that capacity that I'm interested in this core strategy review. My interest today is with regard to item number 2, rather than item number 1, specifically the new garden settlement and its impacts on Canterbury. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. And on behalf of Quad, is it Mr. Vernon or someone else leading?
Yes, thank you, sir. Good morning. My name's Tom Vernon, Planning Director with Quad, here on behalf of Otterpool Park LLP, the promoters of the new garden settlement.
Good morning. And Mr. Bowen.
Good morning, sir. Kevin Bowen, Highways England, Spatial Planning Manager covering Kent and Sussex.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, I think it's a long list of people, but I think that's all of the people on the list. I have certainly the lead representatives. If I've missed anyone, please put your hand up now. As I said, those in supporting roles, we can introduce them as they speak in due course. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So just to remind everyone that the guidance notes that were issued back in May of last year set out the background to the examination and the hearings, and that all documents relevant to the examination are available on the council's website. You'll note that the examination website is updated regularly, and additional documents are added, so it's in everyone's interest to keep a check on any updates to that. The guidance notes for these virtual hearings were issued more recently, so please bear those in mind, along with the privacy notice that was issued. You'll see, hopefully, that we have an agenda for today. Hopefully you have a copy of that. I'll be working through that. We do have 2 days scheduled for the hearing session dealing with this particular matter, today and tomorrow. You'll see from the agenda that we have indicated more detailed timings for different items. It was our best attempt to try and manage a lengthy session, and hopefully for those who have a specific interest in particular matters, you won't need to be here for the full 2 days. So we will aim to stick with that detailed timing as much as possible, but we have to bear in mind we need to review the situation depending on progress. We do also potentially have Thursday of this week set aside as a reserve day if needed, but we'll return to that in due course. After these opening announcements, before we move on to the agenda, there are a couple of matters that we need to raise and discuss. First of all is the situation in relation to Highways England and the Statement of Common Ground, which was referred to in the earlier sessions in relation to the New Garden settlement and highway matters. So we'll return to that in due course before we move on to the agenda, as that's probably likely to have implications for the timing of that particular item. We'll also need to discuss the implications of the new national lockdown, which was announced yesterday, and other particular issues perhaps from the council's perspective in terms of representation and participation. So we'll come back to that in a moment. So in terms of the agenda, we'll work through that in order. So if you can just please take note of the items on the agenda and wait until the appropriate point to raise any issues that you have that are relevant. We will be covering all of those issues. Once we've dealt with a particular item on the agenda, we will be moving on and generally not returning to it unless absolutely necessary. So as we go through, if you have points to make or issues to raise on particular items, please do so, because we won't be coming back to them. Please be as focused as you can when speaking, and avoid simply agreeing with other speakers or repeating points that have already been made, as we've got a significant amount to get through and want to make the best use of time. As in previous sessions, we'll usually be directing questions to the council, but we'll give other participants full opportunity to speak in relation to the representations that they made on the core strategy review. We'll typically ask the council to respond to any particular points that have been raised by others before moving on to the next item. Can I just emphasise that you should not attempt to introduce or share documents during the hearing session. If we require any additional documents, we will ask for them, and they should be provided to the programme officer outside of the session. If anyone is experiencing technical difficulties or issues with connection during the session, which you can't resolve yourself, if you can get in touch with the programme officer by phone or email, if possible, and she'll provide any assistance that she can. We do have a lot of people involved in the session today, so it's perhaps a test of the technology to have this many people in one session, but we'll see how it goes. If you can make sure any phones or other devices are on silent mode, please, during the session. And it's always helpful if you can minimise any use of Wi-Fi that you have available in terms of other devices. We will be taking breaks at appropriate points in the session, during the morning, at lunchtime, in the afternoon. If you can make sure during the breaks that you turn your cameras off and have your microphones muted, but when we return from the breaks, if you can make sure you're there promptly and put your cameras back on. All of the hearing sessions are being streamed live on the Council's YouTube channel, and that can be accessed via the link on the Council's website. Okay, before we deal with those two procedural matters, really, are there any specific questions or queries from anyone about the running of the hearing or the format for the session? Okay, if as we go through, anyone, particularly those who are not familiar with such events, if anyone does have any queries about what's happening or what's going on, etc., any procedural points, please raise your hand and ask the question if you're not understanding where we're going with this, with the hearing session. Okay, thank you. Okay, if we can perhaps deal with the national lockdown situation and potential implications that may have. I know, Mr. Shadaravian, you had a particular issue from your own point of view, but so perhaps we'll kick off with you and then bring others in. Yeah.
I don't have an issue at the moment. Let me explain what we're doing here. There are several of us in the council chamber, and I'm staying in a hotel. And at the moment, the hotel is still functioning. But because of the suddenness of the news yesterday, I understand that they're taking a policy review with respect to keeping hotels open.
Yeah.
So if that changes, I will then have to go back, pack my bags, and return home.
Yeah.
In East Anglia, and I would have to do it remotely from home. The reason why, and I say this for public record, the reason why we are, as it were, together is because with a multidisciplinary team of officers, it makes conferring and responding to your questions much more difficult, if not sometimes impossible, without that eye contact and the ability to go offline quickly and discuss something and then come back on again. And that is why we are here, and we are taking every precaution possible to maintain social distancing and maintaining a clean environment around us. So when we're not sitting talking, we only move around with masks on and with the utmost caution. So at the moment, we're okay. Things might change.
Okay, okay. If they did change and you, well, I suppose first of all, the first question is, would you be able and prepared to continue as a home base for yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I would. It might require us to be forbearing in terms of allowing us to go offline and talk about something. So it might slow the process down a little.
Yeah.
From time to time.
But in principle, we can continue under those circumstances.
Yes, if my hotel closes, I'll go back in the evening, ready to start the session in the morning.
Okay, okay. Is it likely that will be clarified today, do you think? Or
I'm hoping when I go back to the hotel this evening, they'll let me know.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
So that, is it potentially that there may be implications for tomorrow, for example?
I hope not, because if I do have to leave, I will leave this evening.
Yeah.
And I'll be home this evening.
Okay. And as far as the council officers, are there implications there, or is the intention that they could continue to operate from the council chamber?
You will understand, sir, that officers have families and they have children, and there are caring responsibilities that need to be shared. And so I anticipate there will be issues in due course with the attendance of one or two officers, but we'll know better nearer the time.
Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, I mean, yes, I think we just have to work with the situation that arises, really. So appreciate the forewarning of that. I think from our perspective, you know, our fundamental kind of point here is that we need everyone to operate safely. That's our overriding concern. So we'll work within that framework. So I think all we can do is I suppose at the moment carry on as we intended, unless we hear otherwise. But obviously we'll be prepared to adjust. It may require some adjustment in timings, and as you say, it may require some adjustment in the format, and perhaps if you are working remotely from the council offices, one option would be perhaps just to build in some more frequent, shorter breaks for you to confer with them. But we'll deal with that situation.
That's
okay.
Very kind. Thank you.
Yeah. So I guess all you can do is keep us informed when you know. So
will do.
Yeah.
Will do.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you. Okay. Does the new lockdown situation have any implications for others, either in terms of where you're currently operating from, or any, I suppose, particular domestic or family situations that may prove difficult?
I would just, David Henning, I would just like to say that I'm a key worker, and unfortunately the kids are now not being at school. I might have some issues that I need to speak to my wife with regards to childcare, but at the moment, fortunately, up to probably about 12 o'clock, I'm okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think for many people, the issue of having children at home unexpectedly is causing some issues. Certainly is for me, but there we go. So yeah, as I said before, if any of those involved in the hearing sessions has any particular issues that are arising, I think that probably the best thing to do is just to raise those with the programme officer, and we'll make any accommodations that we can reasonably do. It may mean potentially rescheduling things, or potentially hearing from specific individuals separately at a convenient time. But we'll work through this. But so if I can just leave that point there, really, that if anyone does have any particular issues that are arising because of the lockdown situation, if you can just raise those with the programme officer, and we'll try and accommodate those. Thank you for that. Okay, thank you. If we can move on then to the issue of transport, and more specifically work that's been ongoing with Highways England. It was discussed in the sessions prior to Christmas, and the expectation, I think, was that there would be a statement of common ground produced and agreed prior to the resumption of the hearing sessions. As we understand it, certainly as of late yesterday, that's not the case. So perhaps just first of all, if the council can update us as far as the current situation on that.
As I understand it, there are some technical issues still outstanding. There is constant dialogue between the council and Highways England, and we're very hopeful that these can be resolved. It's just simply a question of time. And so we're seeking your forbearance here, and apologies that we're still not yet there. Mm-hmm. We're hoping in the next couple of days or so to have a finalized statement of common ground. And on that basis, we think that it might be appropriate to postpone discussion about the highways implications of the new settlement until next week, and to utilize the reserve day, that's next Wednesday, for discussion of that issue. Okay.
When you say technical issues, just wondering what the extent of those technical issues is.
Well, I'll ask Mr. Hammond actually to update you on the technical side.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Hammond.
Yes, thank you, sir. Firstly, I'd like to go on the public record to thank everyone involved in the Statement of Common Ground to date. It's been a real coordinated effort between Highways England colleagues, also Arcadis and Quad. So just a message of thanks to those parties. To go back to the email that was sent last night by Kevin Bowen, who is actually on this call, effectively it pinpoints where there's further work to be agreed, and the version of the Statement of Common Ground that was sent to yourself and the other inspector over the intervening period over Christmas picks up on those points as bullet points. So it reads as follows: so, subject to Highways England's assessment and conclusions, it appears possible, but in brackets, but has not yet agreed that any required mitigation will not be required until some time into the lifespan of the plan, subject to agreeing the evidence, at least 5 years. During this period, many other factors may become clearer in their interplay with mitigation. For example, there's complications around the EU exit, which effectively the council's view is that in respect to the situation at play, a lot of the EU exit issues fall outside of the local plan's control, but obviously are relevant to the conversation that is being captured. And the nub of the response comes down to what's called a monitor and manage approach. So it's a well understood and well utilised approach in the highway world, and we're effectively going through the process of defining what the monitor and manage approach will look like and how that can be taken into account as part of the overall consideration of traffic impacts. So as an example, under the monitor and manage approach, any required mitigations need to be suitably framed, governance and funded via the adopted plan and offer a pragmatic way forward. And Highways England are wanting to understand the worst case scenario of those impacts and understand that mitigation will be set out under a monitor and manage approach under the lifetime of the development. One point to also add is that, of course, through reference to planning policy guidance, there is the expectation that where plans are looking to plan for longer term growth through new settlements or significant extensions to existing villages and towns, it's important to recognise that there may not be the absolute certainty over the funding secured or necessary strategic infrastructure at the time the plan is produced. And so what I would go on record to say is that the amount of detail that has been arrived at and entered into the Statement of Common Ground, it extends to 500 pages of technical work. We're not hiding behind the evidence is there. It's just a case of how that is brought together under the heading of the Statement of Common Ground. As Mr. Shadoravian explained, there is the intention that work will continue behind the scenes, and we remain hopeful that matters can be resolved. The points have been defined by Highways England. It's just a case of working through those points in detail, and we would offer hope to the idea that the intervening period between now and next week's session would allow us to reach that point of agreement.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, can I just ask Mr. Bowen just to confirm that that's your understanding of the situation from Highways England's point of view?
Thank you, sir. Yes, I would echo what Mr. Hammond has said in terms of we've been working throughout the period before and since Christmas on identifying the issues and how they can be resolved. At the Matter 5 session, we went through the diary of events since January 2020, when we signed the first Statement of Common Ground that identified the various junctions that needed further examination and in all probability mitigation. So those junctions are junctions 11, 12 and 13 of the M20 and the A20, A260 junction at Hawkinge. Since the summer, we've been working on building up the evidence base, and it's a bit like peeling away the layers of an onion. So for some local plans, you can just have the onion, and it's very basic, but it shows you what you need to know. For other local plans, you need to peel away the layers to get to that level of granularity, to get to the point where you truly understand what the implications will be at quite a fine-grained level, and then obviously identify the mitigation accordingly. The Folkestone and Hythe Core Strategy Review is one of those plans where we do need that finer level of granularity, partly because of the sensitivity of the network, the M20 being, and partly because of the developments along its length. So we recognise that the strategic road network has many roles to play, from local to national, and it's that interplay of those roles and impacts that we need to fully understand. So okay. At the moment, we are in a position whereby, as I said previously, we need to go through and agree methodology now, baseline modelling, age framework. At the moment, we've got some baseline that is agreed, but because of this extra granularity, now we're having to revisit some of the baseline, and for the same reason we are revisiting some of the forecasting, and this will be, and therefore what the mitigation needs to be, and therefore what the monitor and manage needs to be. So as Mr. Hammond rightly pointed out, there is lots of evidence, there is some refining going on, and we will continue to work. It is our top priority at the moment to work with the council and others to start producing that level of granularity. Certainly I would agree with the council that we wouldn't be ready for tomorrow. We will do our best to be ready for next Wednesday, but it very much depends what we see and what we find as to whether that will be the end of the story or not.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it seems clear to us that it would be ill-advised to continue to deal with the transport issues in the absence of that that work being agreed finally. So I think as a first point, I think we would accept that we need to I suppose just postpone that particular item on the agenda. The transport issues covers other matters, but I think it would be sensible just to bundle the transport matters together and postpone that particular aspect. I think we're reluctant to agree that can be dealt with next Wednesday, because I think from what I've just heard, there still is some work to do and some degree of uncertainty. So I think we would like to avoid rearranging it only to have to rearrange it a second time. So I think at the moment, all we can really say is that we'll postpone that particular item on the agenda and see where we get as far as progress is concerned, and see how rapid that progress is, and we'll take stock of the situation. Potentially, I think, I mean, the other point is that it's not only a matter of having a reserve session, it's also a matter of having time for ourselves and others to digest the information that may emerge in preparation for discussion. So what we'll do, we'll park that element of the agenda, and we'll reserve the position as far as when we will deal with it. It may be that we will need to extend the period of the hearing sessions to deal with that. Obviously, we'd like to deal with it as soon as we can, but we need to be fully informed before we do. Okay, Mr. Shadaravian,
that's fully understood. I would hate, though, that the sense of urgency and the need to deal with this should evaporate on the basis that it might be dealt with at some stage in the future, not knowing when. And I'm sure you don't want that to happen.
No.
So with that in mind, I perfectly understand your decision not to allocate a day for this at the moment.
Okay. Yes, I mean, the sense of urgency is as great as ever. So yes, just to emphasize that, and as soon as possible, if there is going to be a statement of common ground agreed, if it can be done, and it can be done as soon as possible, and then we'll take stock of the situation. But as I said, we're reluctant to agree to a discussion next Wednesday, given the uncertainty. If it was simply perhaps a matter of having things signed off, for example, today, but that doesn't seem to be the situation. There still seems to be further discussion and work to be done, so there's some uncertainty on that. So we'll bring that out of the agenda, and we'll pick up the transport issues at some point, but that point needs to be decided. We're
grateful for that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Horner.
Yes, if I may, sir. Transport issues, which have been just discussed, concern the strategic highway network. Most of local residents' concerns, many of the people in this room today, will be about the local roads, and that's going to be closely integrated with other issues which are going to be discussed today and tomorrow. So I was wondering whether it's necessary to postpone all discussion on transport generally to some future time, or whether these issues of the strategic road network could be dealt with as a separate item to the local road network.
Okay. I take the point, but I think just in terms of managing the hearing process, really, and just in terms of how we're moving from one issue to the other, I do note, the distinction there. But I think from our perspective, we were looking to have a specific part of the agenda dealing more comprehensively with transport matters. So I take the point, but as I say, I think all we can do at the moment is park that item, and we'll when we have the information, we'll be able to clarify an appropriate date. I think it's probably best in terms of the structure of the hearing session if we keep the transport issues packaged up together. Yeah, Mrs. Harman.
Thank you, sir. Further to Mr. Horner's point, which he very ably illustrated one of the key concerns of the surrounding villages, could I ask that whilst this review and postponement is ongoing, that the minor roads have a higher priority for consideration, because I feel that by postponing, we're actually diluting the impact that we're currently feeling right this minute, and in some point in the future, maybe a distant memory rather than an actual pain that's currently being gone through. And that illustrates perfectly the reasons why local communities are very concerned about the proposal.
Okay. Well, I think we're all hoping that it won't be too much in the distant future. I think we're hopefully talking about a relatively modest postponement of that session. And just to clarify, those interested parties who are here today and have concerns in relation to any transport matter, whether they be relation to the strategic road network or more localized issues, that they'll be able to participate fully in that session as well. So they certainly, they'll be given as much airtime as they would have done anyway. So rest assured, we'll cover those comprehensively. But it's just a matter of timing, I think, at the moment. And as I said, we're hoping it's not going to be too much of a delay. I mean, if we're in the situation of a substantial delay or some serious problems in terms of having a statement of common ground, then we'll have to review the situation and come back to it anyway. But I think that on the basis of what we've been told so far, I think probably the sensible option is to keep the transport issues together as one issue, and that will cover a whole range of different matters, local and strategic. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so the transport issue was scheduled to be dealt with first thing tomorrow morning. So essentially, we'll just move on to tomorrow morning. We'll move on to deal with other forms of infrastructure, etc. And we'll, as I say, we'll postpone the transport issue and come back to that at a later date. Okay, thank you. Any other procedural style matters before we move on to the agenda in earnest? Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Barrett, I understand you've been able to join this session. Perhaps you could just introduce yourself, Mr. Barrett. So if you just unmute your microphone, thank you, and put your camera on. Are you there, Mr. Barrett? Mr. Barrett, can you hear me? No. Okay. Okay. We'll come back if you do manage to sort the microphone and the camera out, Mr. Barrett. We'll bring you in later on in the discussion. But welcome. Okay. So we'll move on to the agenda for the session, which stretches today and tomorrow. Item 1, really just wanted to start off before we get into the new garden settlement specifically. We just wanted to cover the strategy for the North Downs area overall, as we have with the other areas in previous sessions. So as usual, if we can start with the council, and just first of all to give us an overview really of the strategy for the North Downs area overall. And what the basis for that is. As I said, I don't want to get into the any discussion really about the new garden settlement at this point. We'll come on to that in later items, but it's just an overview really of the whole North Downs area strategy. Thank you. Mr. Tofts, I believe.
Yes, thank you, sir. The overall strategy for the North Downs area is set out in policy SS1, which looks at the whole district and kind of sets the scene for the plan as a whole. Policy SS1 looks at the various different character areas of the district, the urban area and Romney Marsh area, which we've talked about at previous sessions. For the North Downs area, the particular part of the policy sets out a priority for a new development in the North Downs area outside the Kent Downs area of outstanding natural beauty, a sustainable landscape-led settlement based on Garden Town principles. Elsewhere within the North Downs area, the area is heavily constrained by the designation of the Kent Downs AOMB, and its development will be limited to consolidating the growth of Hawkinge and meeting the smaller development needs of other settlements. The part of the policy concludes by saying that major development within the AOMB will be refused other than in exceptional circumstances following the guidance that's set out in the National Planning Policy Framework.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Just taking the the different settlements in the North Downs area. If you could just take us through that, particularly perhaps with reference to table 4.1 in the core strategy review. If you could just take us through, I suppose, the hierarchy of settlements that's envisaged in that table as it relates to the North Downs area, and what the background and justification for that hierarchy is.
Yes, so we've talked about the hierarchy on previous sessions. So it is set out elsewhere in the document. We've got the main settlements marked there, local centres, and employment locations. Within those settlements, there are various allocations for growth that are set out in the Places and Policies local plan, which has been going through the process alongside the core strategy review. Mm-hmm. As regards those settlements, there is development allocated to Hawkinge, which is a large town within the North Downs area. Smaller sites at Lymm, Etching Hill, and Densol, and those are contained within the North Downs chapter of the Places and Policies local plan, and the intention has been to as it says in the policy, to serve local needs through those development allocations. Mm-hmm.
So, as I said, we're putting the New Garden settlement to one side for a moment, but as far as the other settlements are concerned, and the scale of development proposed, that's the PPLP has addressed that in terms of allocating any appropriate sites, and that in terms of the distribution of development, that's been done through the PPLP allocation process.
Yes. Yeah, that is the case. There will also be smaller sites that will come forward through Windfall, and there are a variety of policies in the development plan as a whole which would be used to judge those sites, including policies to do with landscape and impacts on the Kent Downs AONB.
Okay. Again, in terms of the overall scale of development, you've made reference to allocations, but also to potential windfalls, smaller windfall sites coming through. But in the council's view, has the potential of those settlements been optimised, as it were, as far as allocations are concerned?
Yes, we believe it has. We've gone through a thorough process with the Places and Policies local plan, looking at sites, and taken on board comments we've had during consultation on that document. And we are not aware of any major development opportunities within those areas of the district and within the Kent Downs AONB.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Barrett, I did see you on camera, so hopefully it's still working. Welcome. Nice to see you.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yeah, that's good.
Oh, good. Yeah. Well, that's good. Well, I can certainly hear you.
That's good. Okay. Welcome, Mr. Barrett. Welcome.
Thank you.
Here at last. Okay, thank you. Just to emphasise, Mr. Barrett, because I think you weren't able to be at the start, but as we go through, hope you've got a copy of the agenda for the session. Hopefully,
Yeah, surely,
yeah.
Got that,
We'll be working through that. As I emphasised earlier, if you do wish to raise a point at any time as you go through the agenda, if you can use the hand raise facility, and then that will draw our attention to that, and we'll bring you in. If you do want to make any points as we go through, please do, because once we've dealt with a particular item, we won't be coming back to that. So if you have a particular point to raise, please put your hand up at the appropriate time. Okay. Okay. Just to finish in terms of item 1, the approach to development within the AONB. So we'll come on specifically to look at the impact of the new garden settlement on the setting of the AONB, but specifically in terms of the policy approach to development within the AONB, if the council could just outline that and how you see that being consistent with national policy.
Yes, thank you, sir. Yeah, the policy SS1 sort of is intended to highlight the requirements of the national planning policy framework in terms of major development. For other development proposals that may come forward on windfall sites or these kinds of matters, then there are a number of policies within the local plan, the places and policies local plan, which we would apply for judging those proposals. There are policies in the local plan natural environment chapter which deal with impacts on the AONB, and that has been through the examination process recently and has been adopted, and we believe that is consistent with national policy regarding the AONB. So I would direct you to policy NE3 of the Places and Policies Local Plan, where it talks about the setting of the AONB, distinctive features, and the character and special qualities, including the tranquility of the AONB. And it gives criteria about the materials and the scale of the development and these kinds of matters. And there is a reference to the Kent Downs AONB management plan and design guidance produced by the Kent Downs AONB unit.
Thank you. So in terms of I suppose the strategic approach set out in policy SS1, as you say, reference to major developments. Major development will be refused within the AONB other than exceptional circumstances, which takes the terminology from national policy in terms of the framework. I suppose one question there is the reference to major development in national policy. It's not specifically defined what is meant by major development. How does the council interpret that in terms of your own local circumstances? Do you apply a specific definition, or is it something that's a matter of judgment on a case-by-case basis?
We haven't defined a particular threshold of above a certain number of homes or a square metre. So we judge each planning application on its merits, looking at factors such as the bulk and scale of the development, or how visible it is from certain viewpoints within the AONB, or these kinds of characteristics.
Okay.
I think part of, if I may,
yep.
Part of the reason for that is, of course, one has to take into account the circumstances, the immediate environment, and the impact of the proposal in determining whether or not it's major. And I've certainly been involved in appeals where 15 houses have been held to be major housing in the context of an AONB.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's a matter of looking at circumstances and applying the requirement or the criteria as a matter of fact and degree.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, that's all the questions I had in terms of item 1. Does anyone else have any issues to raise as far as the North Downs area overall is concerned before we move on to item 2, which starts to look at the new garden settlement? Miss Ingalls.
Thank you. I just wanted to raise that within policy SS1 itself, it references policy CSD9 for Sellinge, which I appreciate will be discussed at a later date. Mm-hmm. But policy CSD9 provides a cap of 600 homes for Sellinge, and as one of the most sustainable locations in the district, in accordance with ACOM's growth options study, it would appear that both policy CSD9 and SS1 overly restricts development in Sellinge as a result. So it's just a marker in the sand that we will be making representations at further hearing sessions, but it's also relevant to this policy because they directly cross-relate each other.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Eden.
Thank you. I'd just like to respond briefly to that last interjection. At the outset of the evolution of Otterpool Park as an idea, one of the main thrusts with it was that it was capable of being the answer to all requirements and heavily infrastructure based and the rest of it. So the notion that Sellinge is under-related, I think is incorrect. Sellinge went through a long process in the lead up to this particular review, including several well-funded exercises, urban initiatives carried out a study of the correct place of Sellinge and the rest of it. And I think the idea that it is simply capable of absorbing more and more really moves it from being a village into being part of the Otterpool Park, which was supposed to be an independent exercise. So I think we certainly would challenge the observations just made by Miss Inglis.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we do have a specific session dealing with Sellinge on Friday, but yeah, it's
I know. I think again, it's just a marker in the sand.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough.
Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Miller.
Thank you, sir. It was just to make a brief point that I was surprised that Mr. Toffs didn't make reference to another policy contained within this core strategy, CSD4, which combined with policy SS1 deals with the council's approach to development within the AONB. And overall, those two policies combined, the AONB unit is satisfied that that's an appropriate approach to development within the AONB. But I think policy CSD4 does need to be mentioned with a criteria in that policy specifically stating that planning decisions will have close regard to the need for conservation and enhancement of natural beauty in the AONB and its setting, which will take priority over other planning considerations. Mm-hmm. It also specifically mentions the importance of setting to the AONB in Folkestone and Hythe district, advising that outside of the AONB, development must not jeopardise the protection and enhancement of the distinctive and diverse local landscapes, especially where these support the setting of the AONB.
Thank you. So just to clarify, your position. I know you take a very different view in terms of the impact on the setting, but as far as the policy approach towards development actually within the AONB, combination of policy SS1 and CSD4, along with other more detailed policies in the PPLP, you're content that that's an appropriate policy framework for development in the AONB?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I'm trying to keep the track of who's got hands up. I don't think anyone else has a hand up at the moment. No, it's a very long list of people there. Okay. Mr. Haining, you've got a real hand up. Did you want to speak?
Hello, yes. I haven't found my electrical hand, I'm afraid. So I apologise for that. I would like to very much suggest that the selling side of development, I know it's separate to the Otterpool, so forth, but living in Barrow Hill on the A20 in Sellinge, I do feel that the Otterpool development pretty much swallows up Barrow Hill, but also it's not necessarily separate. We in the village have spent quite proactively encouraging developments like the Taylor Wimpey, which we positively were engaged with. I've got to say, since then, I don't feel that has been the case, and I do think that both of these developments have an incredible impact on Sellinge probably more than anybody else. And I don't think that they should necessarily be looked in isolation at all. Certainly, the most of the village that I've spoken to, including myself, feel that it's almost bizarre that we're talking at two separate issues when there are such considerably large developments affecting us that live on the A20.
Okay. Just if I can be of assistance as far as the hand raising, maybe I'm getting this wrong, but if you can, on your screen, you see at the bottom there should be a thing saying participants. If you click on that, you'll see a list of participants down the right hand side of your screen, and you should find yourself. Yeah. If you go to yourself, and it will ask you, there's a button called mute and then more. If you click on the more, I think that's the one that gives you the opportunity to raise your hand. Okay, does that work?
In fact, it just brought up a sign saying remove. So, at this stage, to avoid complication and delay, if you don't mind, I might put my hand up if necessary.
Okay. We'll see what we can do. But yeah, it's easier to manage if we can see it electronically. But yeah, we'll try our best. I'll try and notice you waving your hand if you do wish to speak, Mr. Haney. Thank you. Okay. Any other points anyone wishes to make under item 1 before we move on to item 2? No. Okay, thank you. I'll hand over to my colleague who's going to deal with the principle behind the new garden settlement, Mr. Milam.
Thank you, Mr. Ward, and good morning, everyone. What I wanted to ask the council really was, we obviously had a number of discussions in sessions in relation to the overall district strategy as to how that's been arrived at, and what I wanted to really just sort of, I understand the basics in terms of how the overall approach has been developed, looking at the overall district-wide high-level growth option study, and then looking at the stage 2 study and how the various areas effectively pass from one high-level assessment to another. But what I want to sort of just unpick a little bit more is in terms of the steps taken in terms of coming to the position of a new garden settlement, and by that, what you sort of told us on several occasions, particularly Mr. Tofts, and you said it again this morning, is that there's very limited potential. There's no potential capacity in other settlements to accommodate development. Now, is that is what you're saying is that there's effectively zero potential, or there's limited potential for any strategic scale growth?
Yes, thank you. Yes, so we believe there's zero capacity for strategic scale growth elsewhere in the district. As we've talked about in previous sessions, and you'll be aware, there are significant constraints of high flood risk sites of European importance for biodiversity. And the Kent Downs AONB and national policy relating to development within that. So we consider that the growth options report has looked at this in considerable detail, and that the end result of this process is that there is no capacity elsewhere for strategic scale development within the district.
Thank you, Mr. Doss. I mean, I'm mindful that since we had the sessions last year, seems strange saying last year now, but you've also submitted into the examination the Strategic Distribution Cabinet report from back in 2011 in relation to some of the options. But what I'm trying to find is a piece of documentation somewhere that effectively charts what you've just said, whether that be in the form of an updated SLAR, which, but from what you've just told me, would clearly have a big list of zeros against it, or some other document that brings together any sort of information from calls for sites, you know, whatever has happened. And what I'm struggling to find in this examination is where that potential or lack of potential is clearly documented. Is there something that you can direct me to where that's set out? Because I did ask about this sort of through correspondence before Christmas. So do you want to update me?
Yes, there are SLAR sites and the Strategic Housing Land Availability Assessment. We have been working on the note that you asked for over the Christmas holiday and the New Year holiday, and that is just about finalised, and that simply you know, sort of takes us through the various different calls for sites there have been, and the sites submitted through that process. So apologies, we haven't got it to you before now. It was just a factor of the Christmas holidays, really.
Okay, I mean, I think that's quite important, because I think is the latest SLAR in the examination library for this examination though? Because I've looked and I've had to go digging, but I don't think it's actually in for this core strategy review. Is that right?
No, and as part of the note, we would upload all the background evidence for the SLAR sites.
Thank you. Yes, I mean that is going to be necessary, because as I say, I mean, I understand you've made the point several times around this lack of capacity, but we do need to see some documentation to show how you've built this up. We'll sort of come on to sort of during sort of some of my further questions, sort of how we've arrived at some of that. And will that SLAR or the note sort of set out sort of settlement by settlement what that capacity or lack thereof will be? What I'm looking for is something that's very clear in terms of you know, the assessment you've carried out and what that actually means for your strategy in terms of the principle of a new settlement.
It's set out sort of site by site, but we could summarise it settlement by settlement as well, if that would be easier for you.
I think that would help, because I think what I'm trying to understand is you sort of said, you know, with all good intentions, you know, you're looking to meet all those housing requirements within the district. But what I'm trying to understand is we've jumped quite quickly from wanting to meet all that in the district. you can't meet that in other settlements, and therefore you've ended up with one option, putting it all into a new settlement. And I'm trying to understand what happens to the points in between that as part of that justification. And I think that's important to understand on a settlement by settlement basis how that's how that might or indeed might not might look. So if you could make sure that's covered in the note, that would be helpful. And I may have to pick some of those bits up again as part of any future wash-up sessions, but I think that's helpful. Thank you.
We'll do that. Sorry, sir. We'll do that settlement by settlement, and in terms of the capacity of all of the other settlements, indicate why we think actually there is no further room for growth there, having regard to land which is available or could be made available. And subject to other constraints. Quite clearly, the numbers allocated for the new garden settlement are very, very large. And that is in response to the very, very large housing need which has been identified. So one has to contextualize it in that way. So even if there were opportunities elsewhere for limited further growth or expansion, it wouldn't actually do anything to meet the strategic requirement. That's the point.
Thank you. That's a helpful prelude to where I'm about to go with my next question, actually, Mr. Sherry.
Very good.
I think one of the things I'm also keen to understand is the assessments looked at strategic level growth, and we'll come on to the threshold that you've picked for that. But I think it's also important to understand whether there is potential for other non-strategic growth. And in doing so, what I'm trying to understand is, was there an assessment of perhaps a different level of growth for a new settlement with any further balance elsewhere? So I don't want to sort of pick an arbitrary figure, but was there a more garden village sized development considered with a balance dispersed elsewhere? And if so, where is that type of approach documented?
Okay, I think 2 points there. First of all, whether or not such an approach was warranted on the evidence needs to be considered, and we can certainly address that in the note for you. And I think you'd find actually that the evidence didn't warrant such an approach. So we'll itemize that in the note for you with the Schlar evidence.
Yes, thank you. Because I think, again, as part of, again, what my concern is that we seem to have gone from a position of lots of areas of constraints to one large development. And again, I'm just trying to understand, and if the evidence is there and it points to the best way of meeting your development needs is to provide all of that effectively in one new settlement, and that's what your evidence is going to tell us as part of this examination. Yep. But also what I'm trying to understand is, you know, were there steps within that could have been reasonable that were either considered, documented, and then subsequently rejected? Because it's a big leap to go from saying you haven't got much capacity or any capacity for growth to a new settlement without that.
I understand. You want the process to be perfected. You want to understand how we got from position A to point B. And we'll do that as part of the note for you.
Thank you, yes. Okay. I think that note is going to be quite important, because I think what I've been concerned about is that we've got evidence that all jumps to point B, and we haven't got that remaining documentation. I think we've probably covered some of those. I think some of what I wanted to ask is probably going to end up being picked up in the notes. So I think we may have to think about how we wash some of those up in future sessions. But in perhaps just to sort of look at the rationale for a strategic scale new settlement, why was a single new settlement chosen as the council's preferred way for delivering this level of growth?
Yes, we've talked about the evidence and the housing need, and we think that points very specifically at one location within the district. And from that, you are then looking at what form of development it should take. And in the growth options work, it talks about the necessity of building a sustainable settlement through critical mass, in that you wouldn't want within that area a series of smaller fragmented suburban type models of development, really, and that by providing that critical mass you can get the open space and the playing fields and the infrastructure you need to bring the development forward and make it a deliverable scheme.
Thank you, Mr. Toft. I can see a number of hands up. I'm going to come to all those hands shortly when I've finished my last couple of questions on this first point. What I also wanted to understand, again, and as part of that that sort of understanding of going from point A to point B, is, has there also been any sort of cumulative assessment of the effect of the proposed new settlement when considered alongside the growth of Sellinge, and in effect putting all of one's eggs in the basket of that particular part of the North Downs area?
Through the sustainability appraisal, we have looked at cumulative impacts of development in this part of the district, and impacts on infrastructure are dealt with in the infrastructure delivery statement, and so that there has been that cumulative assessment.
Thank you. I can see a number of hands up, but I noticed one of those hands is from a member of the council's team. So I didn't know if it was Mr. Honey wanted to come in first before I bring in other participants.
Yes, thank you, sir. I simply just wanted to add to what Mr. Tofts said, which is in terms of the ACON work, in terms of the growth options study. The point about why is all the development in a single place and not in, say, I don't know, 2 or 3 new settlements, it's very much worth pointing out that our conclusions were not preordained. In other words, at the time that we started the first of the growth options studies, it's entirely possible that we could have found 2 or more locations, and it was, as I say, not preordained. We followed the evidence, and we concluded that there was really only one location in the district suitable to permit that level of growth. In terms of how that relates to the sustainability appraisal, obviously the ACON study and the essay are separate, but it is just important to point out that our study was not preordained. It followed the evidence, and the evidence of physical constraints particularly indicated that there was a single location.
Thank you, Mr. Honey. If I can now come back to Ms. Harman. You had your hand up next.
Thank you, sir. Obviously, you've covered a lot of the points that I want to make, but with your call for evidence. But I just wanted to make a statement for public record that this consideration of a new garden town has been going on for many years. And before events that have changed the world, before the collapse of retail, before the discovery of water pollution in our area, and that there's very little mention in the core strategy of a substantial reset of the urban centre to significantly meet housing delivery for Folkestone and Hythe. And I'd just like to ask how that sits with the MPF, which has an entire section devoted to making effective use of land, and specifically asks for use of retail when other boroughs are looking at already developed land and how it could be redeveloped, because the world has completely different needs now. and this should be a priority for our local authorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. If I come to Mr. Eden next.
Thank you. Before I forget this particular point, the note that you are asking for is certainly covering a lot of incredibly important and the key, really key issues. Will we have an opportunity to have access to that and to review it and to comment on it? Because I think it's such a fundamental piece of evidence.
I think it's probably the easiest way to summarise that. Yes, and as soon as that information's come through, we'll obviously make sure that goes on the examination website for people to review. And
right.
As I sort of indicated, I think obviously I'll need time to review that as well, and then we'll have to consider whether there's a need to come back in hearing session to consider any of the contents of that, or whether perhaps there's an opportunity to deal with any points that people want to raise on that in writing rather than orally. But you'll certainly get an opportunity. Don't worry about it.
Thank you. The other point I really wanted to make was that the identification of a single large development at Otterpool Park was, to my mind, heavily influenced by the government's Garden Town projection. And I think it's rather disingenuous to pretend that it was anything other than that. Up until that point, it wasn't. It wasn't in the playbook. There was the earlier sort of studies done on areas that were suitable for development, and I think they perhaps preceded that. It means that there was always a background of people looking for more locations for development. But I think the point Ms. Spartan made in the earlier sessions, which was that just because there is a limited area that you can develop doesn't mean you should. It may be, the answer is maybe that development is not appropriate on that scale within this district. And one last point, in the initial presentation of the Garden Town as a singular entity which dealt with everything in one go, there was a great deal of discussion at the time as to whether the same result could be achieved by dispersing development, sharing it out amongst all of the villages. And the answer to that was very clearly given by our councillors, our district councillors, that isn't what they wanted to do. So I think there are a lot of influences on this which are perhaps not planning, but which you can't, certainly shouldn't be ignored.
Thank you, Mr. Eden.
Thank you.
I've got Mr. Hilda next.
Thank you, sir. I haven't been introduced. So Ben Hilda, I work for Arcadis. We're speaking in support of the local planning authority, but on behalf of the Otterpool Park, the applicants. You questioned Mr. Tofts on cumulative impact. I just wanted to make the point that policy SS7 requires that the detailed development of the garden settlement is guided by a landscape and visual impact assessment, as you'd expect. And as I'm sure you know, such landscape and visual impact assessments, a key part of that is a cumulative impact assessment upon landscape character and visual amenity. So I just wanted to make the point that written in those policies is a reinforcement that as the development proceeds through a more detailed design process, that those cumulative impacts will be assessed and will be continued to be thought about at that current point. So not just the period in time that the growth options study was done, but moving on from that, the point in time that the development comes about. So I think it's important to reinforce that cumulative study will continue on beyond the growth options study and this core strategy.
Thank you. If I can come to Mr. Honey next.
Thank you, sir. Prompted by Mr. Hilda, actually, I'd belatedly better introduce myself for anyone who isn't previously aware. My name is Jesse Honey. I'm an associate director at ACOM, and I was the main author of the two high-level growth option reports that acted, I suppose, as a bridge between strategic policy and then the detailed master plan for the garden settlement. I just wanted to come back to Mr. Eden's point. I mean, he makes a very good point there about disingenuousness. It would indeed have been disingenuous to cherry pick or exclude certain parts of the evidence that we were looking at. And it is the case that at the time that we were doing the first high-level growth options study and looking at all the evidence, one material consideration that was important to bear in mind is that there was government policy support or backing for the principle of a garden settlement. So I just wanted to clarify that the study did take that into account, but in line with my previous comment, in an alternative universe, if there was a Shepway, as it was then, with two suitable locations, only one of which had government support, we would, of course, have pointed out that there was an alternative location as well. In this case, the evidence didn't support that, though.
Thank you. I've got Mr. Vernon next.
Yes, thank you, sir. I'd like to retain a focus on the planning merits of what we're all here to do and review in terms of looking at the principle of the new garden settlement. We have, to put it in plain terms, we have an objectively assessed need to meet within the district. There is government support for the role of strategic scale development as a positive means of addressing housing needs. I believe I have to put some faith in the process which has been followed in selecting this as a location, that there is a strong body of evidence in place through the growth studies and the evidence that I understand the council are, as they've just referred to, preparing to support that process. Obviously, we all look forward to reviewing that, but the need of the scale that we are facing in the district cannot be reasonably met in other locations. And one mustn't forget as well the fact that there is the government support for strategic scale development is linked to the benefits that can derive, and the Otterpool Park development will be capable of delivering significant benefits by virtue of its scale. Yes, it is a large development, but there is a large degree of positive consideration that one can attribute to that and should attribute to that by virtue of the fact that it follows the Garden Town principles, and a lot of the benefits that will arise from the scheme are only derived by a minimum scale of development, which the new garden settlement allocation seeks to deliver.
Thank you, Mr. Vernon. I've got Mr. Haining again next. If you want to come in again, Mr. Haining.
Hello, yes.
Electric hand is working, which is good.
My hands are working, thank you. I would just like to say that we talk about benefits. I would like to say to you that as a resident of Sellindge on the A20 for 20 years, the recent weeks, months, and if not years of disruption that this village has had due to traffic, already due to Obstack or Brock, any issues happening on the ports, is very much impacted to us in this village. And to create a development that will then, dare I say, ruin or actually make existing communities worse and more pollutant, more traffic, more congestion, I feel this defeats the purpose. And this scale of development, albeit we've got a piece of land that, by the sound of what Mr. Tofts is saying, there is no other piece of land available in this district. To consider that just because you've got this piece of land, we will squeeze a new town in it, bearing in mind that we are the gateway to Europe, and the A20 a lot of the time is caused to be the main thoroughfare through that gateway of Europe due to the closures of the motorway and the junctions, particularly junction 11. I feel I'm almost beside myself that we are considering to build a new town, and we call it a settlement, in which this secondary thoroughfare for the Gateway of Europe will be the actual going through the entire stretch from one end to the other, from east to west, west to east. And what I would like to say as a resident of Sellindge is that this traffic, you know, even now we've had a couple of weeks where from one junction to the other has been log jams and we've been trapped in this village. And I know we're talking about traffic at a later date, but it has to be realistic with regards to where we put this development. We are not saying no to development. This village has been proactive with regards to development, and I mentioned about Taylor Wimpey. But since, I've got to say, this garden centre was put on the table, I feel personally that the contact that I have had with the councils and developers where I have been fully engaged, to be honest, the inception plan and what we've got today is very much almost exactly the same. It hasn't changed. And we've come up with suggestions, our thoughts and ways of traffic mitigation, but the plans have remained the same. And that, as a resident, I've got to be perfectly honest, I don't feel that I have consulted, but I don't feel that I personally have been listened to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haney. And Mr. Eden, before I come back to the council.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to come back on one point. The garden settlement is being presented as the answer to everything, and that there shouldn't therefore be major developments attached to any other villages. As I recall, in the earlier days of this examination, there was something floated across which actually seemed to be admitting that the need for housing to be put into Sellindge was because Otterpool Park itself was delayed and was unable to meet the requirement, the numeric requirements that the housing forecast was suggesting. So on the face of it, we seem to be getting both answers at once, and that is fundamentally incoherent and really questions it. Which brings me back, of course, to the case, whatever the case the council is putting forward in its note is going to be really crucial to anybody's understanding of what this is all about. And I would also take this chance to reflect Linda Harmon's observations about the fact that we are now in a very different world. It's been suggested that everything's moved forward 20 years. What was happening in towns has been accelerated. So I think there is a really serious consideration to be put alongside everything there, but probably beyond the scope of this particular day.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Mr. Shadow, if you sort of want to reflect on what you've heard from other participants.
Yes, sir. Just to remind ourselves, it was last year we considered the sustainability appraisal, which is a key component, of course, of the whole process, a fundamental component of the process. And the SCHLAR work, of course, is very important in identifying what land is available. But the consideration of the appropriate development strategy is a matter which takes into account not only land availability, but also all other constraints and limitations, environmental and otherwise. The sustainability appraisal appraised various high-level growth options, as you may recall, and that's set out in section 6 of the report. And following on from the tested options, which were identified through the growth option study, the council selected land in and around Otterpool and Sellindge as the most appropriate location for delivering strategic scale growth. And it was at that stage that the alternative strategic growth options, such as a more dispersed growth across the district, was discounted. So one has to understand why we got to that position, and one can see that by looking at the essay and section 6. What happened then, and this is dealt with in section 7 of the appraisal, is that the various spatial options at Otterpool and Sellindge were then considered, having regard to the constraints that existed or exist there. And one can see, therefore, how the process has developed and why we are where we are, having regard to the essay and the other documentation which it considers. So I thought it might be helpful just to remind ourselves as to the process and how the council has got to point B as part of that process.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's helpful.
Okay.
And, Mr. Tofts, you've got a hand up.
Thank you. Yeah, just to add that in terms of meeting need, then national policy is urges us to be positive in terms of meeting need, which is what we've tried to do through this process. We are aware of changing situation and with everything that's happening in the world, but the government is keen that local authorities adopt plans without delay and review them regularly. So we don't think that should be used to delay the plan until the outcomes of the pandemic become clearer, if indeed they do within the next year or 2 years or whatever. In terms of what we are trying to get from the development, it certainly isn't our intention to squeeze development into this area, and we have tried through the policies to set out principles for a genuine garden town of high design with a large areas of open space and advanced planting and with high standards of sustainability. So it certainly hasn't been our intention to try and squeeze things into an available area. It is through the policies we hope to get the highest standard of development we can for that development.
Thank you, Mr. Tofts. I've got a final hand from Mr. Vernon, if it's just a brief point, if you want to come in now.
Yeah, thank you, sir. It is a brief point. It's just to come back to the point of how the town centre and urban areas are faring and perhaps opportunities around those. It's probably escaped no one's attention that there are now extensive permitted development rights that are afforded to town centre properties to take account of obviously the changing world that we found ourselves in the last year or so. And the principle of the Otterpool Park New Garden Settlement sits alongside a number of different other allocations across the district, several of which are within the urban areas. So it sits as a sort of complementary part of the spatial strategy. It is not just the sole area of growth within the district, but one of several, and there are opportunities to exceed the minimum housing numbers that the plan is looking to deliver.
Thank you. I didn't want to sort of get too deeply into sort of the retailing and sort of town centre side of things, because that is coming up later on the agenda. So unless anyone's got anything that they wanted to say in terms of what's just been said by Mr. Vernon from the council's side, I don't see a flurry.
No, thank you, sir. No.
We are approaching the time where I suspect it may be good. We've all been on screen for a fair while to take a brief adjournment and a comfort break. So I propose that we break now for sort of just over 20 minutes and come back at 11:30, if that's okay with everyone. So we'll adjourn and see you in just over 20 minutes. Thank you. Hello again, everybody. It's 11:30 and the hearing session is now resumed. Hopefully we've got everyone back. What I wanted to do now was just to move on to my next sort of point on the agenda. And I think over the course of the discussion of bullet number 1 under the principle, we've talked a little bit about options in terms of the single area of strategic growth. And I know that we've had discussions as part of the district-wide sort of spatial strategy in terms of how the various growth option studies have built up, and essentially there's the stage 1 sort of growth options work, which looked at the 6 character areas, the constraints and opportunities in each were examined, and then against each of those 10 criteria were considered. And as part of that work, all of those have been sort of afforded equal importance. But what I want to try and understand, and I don't know if who from the council wants to pick this one up or not, but how did that high level options assessment address the circumstances where mitigation was required against each of the criterion? I.e., was that work done in a kind of mitigation off scenario, or was that essentially inbuilt into the red, amber and green rating that was done in that high level options work? I don't know if that's more a question for ACOM or someone on the council, from the council itself, but
I'll have a sorry. I'll have a look. I'll have a look at that in the context of the essay, but unless someone from ACOM can tell us the answer now.
No, sorry, I just wanted to, thank you, Paul. I just wanted to clarify, sir, sorry, when you're saying mitigation off, you're talking about the red, amber, green ratings for the overall areas, are you? For the areas 1 to 6 in the high level options report?
Yes, I suppose what I'm trying to sort of understand is I'll give you a very simple scenario. In terms of the assessment against Area 4, transport's given a green rating, yet we know that there are quite significant issues in terms of transport and an extensive need for mitigation. So what I'm trying to understand is when the various areas are passing effectively from stage 1 to stage 2, how mitigation has informed that rating to allow the passing from report 1 to effect.
Okay, so yeah, so to answer that question, I think, and it is appropriately set out in the introduction to the high level options report, it is a strategic report, and it is set out clearly in the introduction that a green rating does not mean there are no problems. It means that an overall strategic assessment of the issues in that area, and this is not a kind of finger in the air estimate or anything. This is an estimate informed by specialists and experts and statutory consultees, is that if, for example, it's green, that there are no significant constraints at a strategic level. That certainly does not mean that there are no constraints. Yes, as we've been hearing this morning, it's certainly not the case that there are no transport constraints if one is developing a new settlement on this scale. What I should also say, though, is that in terms of Area 4 specifically, so the area zoned for the area where it was concluded that there was potential for a significant new strategic development, no detailed transport modelling was carried out by our study because again, to emphasise the point that our study is very much a sort of bridge between the strategic level and then the more detailed master planning work that will take into account and that has taken into account transport issues. So I suppose to answer the question in summary in a single sentence, certainly you'll see that in the assessment of red, amber, green, mitigation options were considered at a strategic level. But not necessarily at a very detailed site-specific level, because that wasn't the function of the study.
Thank you, that's helpful. Thank you. What I also just wanted to sort of understand a little bit was, I think in terms of each of the 10 criteria, I think it strikes me that some of them are quite fundamental constraints. And others are perhaps wider planning issues such as sort of regeneration and housing demand. I suppose my question is, was it appropriate for the study to afford each of those equal weight, or were in effect some more weighty issues than others? And did that lead to areas being excluded from the stage 2 when they might otherwise have gone through the assessment?
Sorry. No, you're absolutely right, sir, that some of those criteria are inevitably kind of softer or more qualitative areas, but that nevertheless, that national planning policy indicates that should be considered. It was certainly the case here across this particular district that the physical constraints are so extensive and such obvious, insuperable physical constraints such as extensive floodplain and AOMBs and so forth, that it was quite possible for an area to score very highly on its potential for regeneration, for example. I think Folkestone itself is a good example. So there's extremely limited land, as we've been discussing in the previous session, to expand Folkestone. But nevertheless, if you were to do so, it would score particularly highly on the regeneration criterion. It certainly wasn't the case, as far as I recall, when coming to the study conclusions, that there was any area specifically ruled out on these softer criteria. It was simply something that needed to be taken into account. And just to make a final point as well, recognizing the fact that some of the criteria that the study looks at are softer or more qualitative, there is no specific scoring. There's no actual weighting. It's a matter of judgment, and that's why the approach taken was a red, amber, green approach rather than a weighting of 1, 2, or 3 and so forth, because that simply can't be done really in an assessment like this.
That's very helpful. Thank you. What I also sort of wanted to inquire about was the assessment started off from the position of looking at 250 dwellings as being strategic scale growth. I suppose my question is an obvious one: is why was that particular level of growth identified as being strategic in the context of this area?
Well, that was identified working together with the council, in the sense that a cut-off point had to be considered, and working with the council, it was considered that was an appropriate cut-off point. It's absolutely true and cannot be denied that is an arbitrary number. It could have been 200, it could have been 300, but working with the council, they advised that 250 was an appropriate approximate level at this scale. And of course, that does not mean that it's entirely possible there could be opportunities for, say, 270 dwelling settlements, or, because it all depends on the density and on the site-specific circumstances. So this really should be taken as a sort of rule of thumb, and a sort of contextual setting for the study rather than an absolute hard and fast rule.
Thank you. Yes, I think we sort of probably covered it under the previous point before we took our adjournment. But I think again it's that question around levels of granularity of assessment, and what we've got is a figure of 250 that's been assessed, but likewise we don't appear to have any other kind of assessment of any other levels of development in terms of those growth options. So I think you sort of explained to an extent why that was the case, but I suppose it's just from your perspective, Mr. Honey, what would have been the effect of considering other different, possibly larger scales of growth, but not the full extent of the garden settlement? Whether it had been 1,000 dwellings or whatever it may have been.
Sorry, so you're asking, sir, if we chose a different cut-off point for development,
or if you'd done more, a more sort of sensitivity test against some of that assessment.
Yeah, well, in line with your previous point, of course, our study is just one in the wider suite of evidence supporting locations for growth, and certainly is designed to be looked at alongside the more Schlar type evidence, which does look at these smaller scales of growth. And as I say, given that the cutoff point for what was determined to be strategic development was reasonably arbitrary, it's entirely possible that complementing our kind of top-down study, there could well be bottom-up evidence from the Schlar or from a developer submission that there is perhaps a site, for example, in Folkestone that might be able to accommodate 300 dwellings, perhaps at a particularly high density. And so I think that point is important to make, that our study needs to be looked at in the round alongside the other evidence of on the supply side.
Thank you. And I would presume then if there were such proposals that had been mooted, then you would have considered testing those scales of development if they were likely.
Well, I think that's definitely something that the council will have done. It wasn't AECOM's role to do so. In fact, it was beneficial for the purposes of our study not to engage with developers, because I think the council was keen and we were aiming to deliver a rather independent assessment that was a purely technical assessment and that wasn't influenced by either political or developer side opinions. So it's one part of the evidence base. It's a sort of independent technical assessment, and then it feeds into that supply side evidence alongside those other developer generated submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Tony. That's very helpful. Mr. Tofts.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, just to clarify, in terms of the local plan, there was no upper limit to the size of sites that we considered. What came through the local plan, through site submissions and through the process of examination and adoption, reflects the sites that were submitted to us and were being promoted, and indeed several sites that the council itself brought forward on its own land to try and promote development. So that there was no cut-off point for that process, and we considered all sizes of site through the local plan.
I didn't have further questions. I think that a lot of what I wanted to inquire about in that regard we've covered, and I think to an extent a lot of that's going to be picked up in the documentation that you're going to be providing to me. So I'll take this opportunity to invite anyone else who's got any points they want to make on this agenda point. No, I see no hands. I can't see anyone waving either. In that case, I'll perhaps move along then to the justification for choosing the preferred option. And we've obviously talked at sort of reasonable length in terms of the various assessments, the landscape sensitivity assessment as well. And that phase 2 assessment brings into consideration 4 parcels of land within Area 4. So Area 4 moved from the high-level options report into the second stage, and then there's the 4 parcels again within that. So a fairly simple and open question to the council was, what's the justification for selecting Area B as the preferred location?
Thank you, sir. I think again that's a question for me to answer, because it was our report that selected Area B. Again, to emphasise my previous point, although we're now talking about the second of AECOM's 2 high-level growth option reports, the approach taken was exactly the same in the second one as it was in the first, which was to be led by the evidence and to see where it led. And so again, taking into account all of the evidence across, in this case, Area 4, that the second report had zoomed in on, it took a very, very similar approach, just at a more granular level in terms of the landscape evidence, the high level, the medium level transport evidence, regeneration, and so on, agricultural land quality. It's all there in the report. And it was on the basis of assessing these 4 areas, A, B, C, and D. For those who aren't familiar with the report, A, D, and C are north of the M20, and B is the land south of the M20. It was concluded that while there was some potential in 3 of the 4 areas, all of them but D, so A and C close to, no, sorry, yes, A and C close to Sellinge, but the vast majority of the more suitable land, when considering all the various constraints and opportunities, did lie within B. And again, it's worth just stating for the record, just like in the first report, that was certainly not a preordained conclusion. It was where the evidence led us to.
Thank you. What I sort of sort of trying to again understand is that obviously there was some potential in areas A and C, but obviously part of that has been identified as part of the broad location for Sellindge, which is the phase 2 housing in CSD 9, which is that correct? But not the full extent.
That may well be the case. Yes, this report was developed some time before. It obviously informed detailed policy. Detailed policy didn't inform it, so that was the flow. And certainly, when we were looking at Area 4 and zooming into these 4 areas A, B, C, and D, again, it was not preordained. You know, there shall be a garden settlement in this location, and then there shall be expansion to Sellindge in this location. The question for all of A, B, C, and D was exactly the same. Where are the locations where there are opportunities for strategic level growth, whether that's an expansion to Sellindge or whether it's a standalone garden settlement? That was irrelevant for the purposes of our study, and where are the constraints to be avoided? And so in that sense, again, the conclusions of the study were not preordained, and it was not clear at the start of the study whether or not the answer would be significant expansion of Sellindge or significant extensions to Sellindge, or a garden settlement, or both. The overall conclusions tend to indicate that actually there is some potential for expansion of Sellindge, given the constraints and opportunities, and there's also some potential for a new standalone garden settlement. It's at that point that we stopped our work. That's where our remit ended, and it was over to the decision makers in the council to decide how to progress that and to transform it into policy on the basis of appropriate consultation.
Thank you. That's helpful. And from Mr. Toft's perspective, in terms of translating that into policy, what sort of how did that evidence then lead you into the next stage of development of what became the preferred approach for the garden settlement?
We have the evidence of the growth options study, part 2, and you'll see in that it sort of identifies broad areas for development. We took that and we developed the indicative strategy in the course strategy review, the diagram that comes from that. And in terms of policies, the content of policies and the format and the layout, we had also consulted earlier on a charter for the new garden settlement, and many of the aspirations in that charter then came to inform the detailed policies, and those came through Regulation 18 and Regulation 19 consultations. And in certain instances, we amended the policies where we had, particular consultation responses from people from historic England, and we also amended policies where we had recommendations from the sustainability appraisal, and so that is the process whereby we came to the policies in the Regulation 19 plan.
Thank you. I have Mr. Owen from LUC next.
Yes, good morning. I'm Jeremy Owen. I'm Director of Planning at LUC and was ultimately responsible for the sustainability appraisal. I just wanted to simply say that the findings of the essay in relation to the 4 areas in Character Area 4 were very similar to those that ACOM found themselves. In some ways, it's not surprising because the evidence base is very similar, but we're going through our own independent process of appraising the growth option areas, etc., and our findings aligned with those of ACOM. So I thought I'd mention that.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. Mr. Honey.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to make one minor addition to what I said previously, sir, which was that I stated that we did not engage with developers in working on either of the studies, which is true. But it's also worth pointing out that when zooming into that more detailed area, looking at areas A, B, C, and D, where a developer had submitted an application, whether it was pending or whether it had been granted but had not been implemented, that was of course taken into account as a material consideration, as it should be in any planning evidence study. So just to clarify that minor point there.
Ms. Harman, you had a hand up next.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to comment as part of the groups that have once lobbied been included in the consultation. With regards to these decisions about where it was appropriate for the growth to take place, it seems to me that the comments of the residents have not been taken into account at any point or listened to, because it might have been appropriate for a new village to be considered in this location to add to the villages that already exist, such as Lymm and Sellinge and Aldington. But a new town completely dominates and changes the character of the area. So I feel that the reasons for the selection of sites was about the capacity to grow, to accommodate the number of dwellings, and the proximity to main roads, or strategic infrastructure, as you like to call it, and without any consideration of the character of the area or the ability of those roads to actually accommodate more traffic, given the traffic they already accommodate. And I think it's a great shame we're not discussing transport, because it is and should be one of the major influences in the decisions around this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Ms. Guinness-Cara. I've got a hand up. Oh, sorry. Is it? I can't. I've got. Apologies. I'm not. I can see you, but I can't hear you.
Yeah. Can you hear me now, sir? Please.
I can. Yes. Hello.
Yeah. Hi. I'm Renuka Gunasekara from Arcadis. I am the technical lead, for Otopul Park, for the water and neutrality matters. I know, we are talking about this point, in the afternoon, but just I want to sort of, make a point that this issue, the water neutrality issue was not sort of featuring, at the time when the ECOM the reports or LUC sustainability appraisal was done. But the fact that we managed to come to a solution with the Natural England, to address the neutrality matter, is very much due to the fact that we have a large strategic scale development with garden principles, sort of settings, which enabled us to deliver and advance, treatment works, with very high standard, water treatment, wastewater treatment, plus the ability to provide wetlands in this the strategic, the green space we have. Should we didn't have, a sort of strategic development, with these principles, it would be quite difficult challenge, to fit that in the same requirements to and achieve the neutrality in other the areas, they've been looked at in the ECOM and the LEC studies. I just want to make that point.
Thank you. That's helpful. I was going to come back to, did the council have any further comments? I don't know if I saw Mr. Toft's hand go up and then down at some point. But did you want to respond to
just to comment on comments that have been made about character? I should perhaps also stress that also sitting behind this evidence base is the high-level landscape assessment, which looked at landscape character throughout the district and fed into the results of the ACOM stage 1 and stage 2 studies. And there was the opportunity to sort of cross-refer between the two studies and the landscape appraisal in terms of which areas of land were identified for development.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Toffs. That's useful. I've reached sort of the key questions that I think I'm probably capable of answering at the moment. Obviously, a lot of what I'm interested to find out is going to be coming in your further information to me. So, in terms of sort of matters in terms of the principle and how the principle of the new garden settlement was arrived at. Before we move on, does anyone else have any final points that they wish to raise now? Mr. Haining.
Hello, yes, thank you very much, sir. What I find incredible, and it is something that concerns me, and I accept that I'm a layman on this, but other people in the community have said this as well, is that when the racecourse was a going concern, the owner of the racecourse did put in planning for, I believe, 800 houses and a hotel to support the business to continue that business ongoing. The council at the time rejected that, and as a result of that, the actual landowner, or should I say the owner of the racecourse, put it up for sale, and it was subsequently sold for £3 million. And the new owner, the investor, sort of subsequently then liaised, I understand, with the council, who's purchased other land and bought that land from that developer for £25 million. As a person that has engaged fully as much as possible with the council and this planning, what I found quite strange is how engagement was very, very clear when we were having the Taylor Wimpey in the village, and I think that I felt, and most of the residents were saying that they felt that their contribution was being listened to. But when I've got my own council actually owning land, turning land down for development or for 800 houses, and then ending up purchasing it themselves, I would just like to say that, and then we are not listened to during those consultations. As I say, the plan I don't think has changed ever since its inception, really, very much at all. I would just like to say that when it comes to sort of justification for choosing the preferred options, it really does say that when you've got the landowner and the planning authority sort of putting up preferred options, there's a lot of people within the community that feel that they've disengaged with this now, and I just want to put that out there to say that's partly how I felt with regards to this as well. Just to let you know.
Thank you, Mr. Hayden. Mr. Horner.
Yes, so while agreeing with a lot of what Mr. Hayden has said, just put him right on one point. The 820 homes was actually put forward by the council as a proposal in the core strategy and was rejected by the inspectors examining that previous version of the core strategy. And I think the question that the council has to answer within these sessions is the reasons for that rejection 10 years ago. Why are those now superseded?
Thank you, Mr. Horner. I mean, I will ask the council to just very briefly respond to that, but obviously what we're here is to consider this core strategy review afresh and in the round. And obviously what I've asked already during this session is for additional information to try and understand how, as we've described it earlier, so point A, and point B in terms of the scale of growth has been arrived at, and the options within that and the capacities therein. So rest assured that those matters are extremely important, and the council's information team is gathering importance by the second, as I see it. But also I wanted to reassure people that obviously this is an independent examination. Myself and my colleague are here to conduct it independently of the council. So and rest assured we are taking into account all of the views expressed. Mr. Vernon, before I come back finally to the council.
Yes, thank you, sir. I have no real understanding of the context of the points raised by Mr. Haining and Mr. Horner in respect to the previous proposals. But as you point out, that was under a different scenario, different circumstance, and an altogether different housing need position. It's absolutely vital to point out at this stage, when we're talking about the principle of the new garden settlement, that there are no other proposals, whether they, regardless of who is promoting them, that can accommodate the need set out, or the objectively assessed need set out, that the plan needs to meet. It's a fairly simple point, but I just want to make it quite clear that in itself is compelling in respect of the process and the conclusions of that process, that there aren't other alternatives that you're being asked to examine in respect of where this growth can be accommodated reasonably when considering the scale that's at hand here.
Thank you, Mr. Vernon. So any final points from the council before we move on?
Yes, unfortunately I'm fairly recent at the council, and I'm not 100% familiar with the circumstances of the previous plan, but it was, as has been said, under very different planning policy and very different housing needs. And what we tried to stress through this session is that we've tried to meet government policy as it's been changing. And part of the difficulty of producing this plan, I guess, is that we've had several changes throughout its drafting. So in general, government policy does encourage councils to use their powers to bring forward land for development, and it's set out in the joint delivery statement, which we submitted with our main matters comments in June or July, the reasons and some more of the detail behind that.
Thank you, Mr. Toss. Ms. Harmon, if you've just got a brief final point, because we do need to move on the agenda. So,
very briefly, just wanted to come back on the government policy. Firstly, the recent white paper has not made it clear exactly what the delivery targets are, only that they're going to be changed. And secondly, that that within the planning policies, it also has been stated many times that preference is given to brownfield, not greenfield. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if we have no more further points, I'm going to move on to the agenda and to bring my colleague, Mr. Ward, in, who's going to take us through section B on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're moving on to the issue of the scale and mix of development proposed. So a few points to put to the council. First of all, it would be useful just to get an overview from the council's perspective of the scale and the mix of different uses that are envisaged. We'll then go on to look specifically at housing, employment and retail in slightly more detail, but perhaps just an overview first of all in terms of what's envisaged for the whole development in terms of the scale and mix. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll just take you through a brief overview of say the scale and mix of development that's envisaged to be delivered by the garden settlement. The garden settlement is seeking to address the council's identified housing need on a strategic scale through the delivery of between 8 and 10,000 new homes. The plan envisages that a minimum of 5,925 will be delivered to the period 2036-37, with the remainder beyond the planned period as part of a future plan. In order to build a diverse, inclusive, cohesive and healthy community, but also to meet the wider structural housing needs in the district, the garden settlement is looking to provide a broad mix of type and tenure of housing, including a range of affordable, intermediate and private tenures, to reach a wide demographic within the district in terms of affordability levels, as well as serving people at different life stages. The garden settlement is being master planned as a series of smaller neighbourhoods that will be interlinked through sustainable walking, cycling and public transport networks. And each neighbourhood would include essential community facilities such as a preschool, primary school, food and shopping, open space, recreational and other community facilities. Also, each neighbourhood is envisaged to have its own sort of distinctive identity to create a special character, and development plots are envisaged to be broken down into varying scales to provide opportunities to different scales of builders. So you have your national house builders as well as custom builders, and so forth, that will give an opportunity for diversity within the built form that may not happen if it was as a larger development under the control of one single developer. In terms of employment, the scale of the garden settlement enables the opportunity to create a vibrant local economy in order to support the new resident population that will reside in the garden settlement. The Otterpool Park Employment Lands Needs Assessment has looked at the labour supply that is envisaged that will reside within the garden settlement, and identified that it could provide approximately 36,700 square metres of employment floor space. And we went through sort of the calculations for that in the Matter 10 statement. As well as meeting the needs of the new population, the garden settlement is also, through its employment allocation, offering the opportunity to support the growth and diversification of the wider district economy by taking advantage of the strategic location that it has. We have the Otterpool Opportunities Study that states that the garden settlement must combine both the local functions that support the garden town itself, but also delivery of more strategic employment functions, which the district currently lacks. Moving on to retail and leisure, at the heart of the garden settlement, it's envisaged that there will be a vibrant town centre that will meet the needs of the new residents, workers, as well as visitors, with an attractive cultural, community, shopping and leisure facilities, as well as spaces for social cohesion, and the Retail and Leisure Update 2019 indicates that the garden settlement could support approximately 16,700 square metres of Class E retail, and that's based on the scenario up to 2036-37, which looked at a density population of 2.8 people per dwelling. The Otterpool Town Centre will require a critical mass of retail provision in order to be able to deliver a viable town centre. So it's envisaged that that will be a certain portion of that will be front loaded in the early stages, in the early phases of the delivery of the garden settlement, with the remainder being distributed between local centres within each of the planned neighbourhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You've perhaps touched on some of the questions I had about the justification for the particular scale, but we'll just go through those quickly again.
Yeah, of course.
So if we take housing first, as you say, the core strategy review looks to a minimum of 5,925 new homes in the plan period, with between 8 and 10,000 in the longer term. So perhaps just taking the 5,925 figure, I appreciate it refers to a minimum, so we're not necessarily talking about that exact number, but if you could just explain the basis for arriving at a figure, at least approximately in that order, what affected that? So, for example, are there particular constraints that lead to that approximate figure being referred to in the plan period? Is it to do, for example, in terms of anticipated rates of delivery or particular infrastructure requirements? So, if you could just outline the factors that have led to that figure of 5,925.
Okay. In terms of arriving at that figure, obviously the scale and the range of development proposed is the beginning of its justification is based on the increased residential requirements that's come through, first the SMART and then the standard methodology. In terms of, then we've had the high-level options report that assessed the strategic considerations which have had an impact on the suitability of land, and obviously that looked at the different land areas and identified that the area bounded for the garden settlements could deliver approximately 11,000 new homes. There's then been a process of master planning work that's been undertaken by the council, project partners, and has been under consultation and put together in parallel with the planning application that was submitted early 2019, which has refined the scale of the proposed development down further to your 8 to 10,000. Based on the early work, the Regulation 19 draft core strategy review allowed for 6,375 new homes as part of the garden settlement within the plan period, which recognised that development would go beyond 2036-37 in line with the MPPF paragraph 72 in the footnote 35. Following the early work, a large amount of additional evidence and modelling has been undertaken that provides greater detail and allows for a high degree of confidence in the delivery and the phasing of the development. The planning application put forward puts a low and a high rate of delivery, and the council has taken the upper rate of that delivery figure that was provided within the planning application, which is the 5,925.
So, in terms of the relationship between the plan envisaged homes in the plan period and the overall new garden settlement proposal, from what you've just said, the figure in the plan period is the council's realistic estimate of what can actually be delivered within that time framework. It's not affected by fundamental constraints in terms of the site area itself, etc.
The work that's been undertaken in terms of master planning has taken into consideration site constraints, and and so forth, and looked at densities, and it came up with that capacity of, say, 11,000, which has been revised down by the master planning, allowing for inclusion of open space, landscaping as well, and any mitigationary factors as part of that master planning process. So yes, it's realistically what the council believes that the garden settlement can deliver within this plan period.
And is that, in terms of realistically delivering that, and we'll come on to this at a later point, but a realistic rate, a timescale and rate of annual completions has been factored into that figure?
Yes, I believe sort of the trajectory is part of the agenda for this afternoon, but the evidence that has been shared between the site promoter and the council, we've had sort of due regard, and we believe that reflects a realistic and deliverable trajectory based on the lead-in periods, and the fact that the planning application and master planning is at an advanced stage, and the provision of infrastructure has been considered, and the ability to bring phases in early. So yes, the council is confident that in the trajectory that's been put forward by the developer. Okay,
and turning to the larger figure for beyond the plan period, the first question really is, the policy SS6 refers to a total of between 8 and 10,000. That's quite a big range of housing to be contemplating, the difference of potentially 2,000 houses. What's the rationale for having such a large range set out in the policy?
If I just pass you over to my colleague Adrian Tofts, who might be able to elaborate on that for you.
Hello. Yeah. Yes. This broad figure came from the growth options work, which looked at various levels of density within the broad land area, and that identifies roughly 8 to 10,000 homes as being indicative capacity within that area, and that is at a sort of overall site density that would allow for provision of open space and community facilities and retail and all those kinds of things that will be needed to make this a sustainable new garden settlement.
Yeah, I'm just wondering specifically though, why such a large range between 8,000 on the one hand and 10,000 on the other?
I guess with a large site of this nature, it will be that you know, some refinement is required throughout the process, and depending on what density assumptions you use, you know, a density of about, gross density of about 20 dwellings per hectare would give about 8,000, and 25 dwellings per hectare would give about 10,000. So it was to try and capture that, and that it wouldn't be possible to give an absolute figure at this stage, and the policy talks about subject to detailed master planning.
Yeah, appreciate that. I'm not suggesting it would be reasonable to have an absolute figure, but it does seem to us to be quite a large range there. In terms of the how things might, I suppose, pan out over a longer period, the policy refers to a minimum of 5,925. So presumably, and from what we've just discussed, that's been influenced by your assessment of what's realistically able to be delivered and other issues in terms of constraints and infrastructure. But in policy terms, there would be no upper ceiling in terms of the number of dwellings that could be delivered if they could come forward. The council would not seek to restrict the number of dwellings coming forward in the plan period if they exceeded that figure of 5925. First of all, is that
that's correct, sir? Yes, absolutely.
In terms of, again, coming back to the range of between 8 and 10,000, the concern perhaps will be that whether that's a clear enough or a clear enough indication to people, whether they be developers or local communities, etc., a clear enough indication of what actually is proposed and what actually may happen in terms of the new garden settlement. So one aspect of that presumably would be that there would be a difference in terms of the infrastructure requirements for a development of 8,000 houses compared with a development of 10,000 houses. What's the council's view on that in terms of the degree of certainty that can be provided within that policy?
To be honest, sir, I don't think one can give any degree of certainty beyond the plan period. We're talking here about the capacity of the site, the notional capacity of the site, according to whichever density figure is used. So we could actually refer to it as an indicative total based upon an average density or a range of densities, and also put in there subject, of course, to infrastructure requirements and other constraints, so that people are aware of its overall indicative capacity beyond the plan period, safe in the knowledge that a particular number will be delivered within the plan period, and make it clear that what happens beyond the plan period, of course, will be subject to other considerations. So we can make it less certain, if you like, by putting in those caveats in the policy itself. But I don't think we can make it more certain because we just don't know at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, we'll come on to discuss infrastructure and transport and other forms of infrastructure. But I suppose it does raise the question of whether, in terms of assessing what the infrastructure requirements will be and when they need to be provided, etc. In principle, it must be the case that there will be different infrastructure requirements between 8,000 and 10,000 homes, for example, in terms of education provision or transport implications. But we'll come back to that. But I suppose just to plant that seed in terms of future discussion we're going to have about infrastructure.
I accept that. And bearing in mind we're talking about a long time ahead. The base conditions will inevitably change as well, and no doubt in the next iteration of the plan will involve another lengthy debate with Highways England and other stakeholders. So I would give some thought to perhaps putting a degree of explanation of that figure, just to indicate that it is an indicative figure. Subject to other considerations.
It follows on to another point, and we'll pick this up again when we talk about impact on the setting of the AONB. But in terms of the extent of the new garden site allocation, the extent of the land involved in that, is there a necessity for the whole of the area to be identified and allocated in this plan, given that presumably the realistic view about what can be developed within the plan period is not all of the site? We can make that reasonable assumption. Is there an argument to say that that the site area that's allocated should be reduced to reflect what's realistically likely to be delivered in the plan period? It's an open question. I'm not suggesting contributing on that. It's just an open question to raise there, really.
It's an interesting point. I think no doubt others will have something to say about that, and it's probably a point that's best considered in the context of how the site is going to deliver. And this is really the key. It is a very large site. It is it's more than a new garden village. One of the great benefits or attributes of the allocation is that it is big and therefore introduces a high degree of flexibility in terms of delivering houses. And when we come on to discuss delivery, you will begin to understand why it is the flexibility inherent in the site and the way in which it can be developed out actually enables the kinds of annual figures we're projecting to be realized.
Okay.
Because it enables access to various parts of the site without causing an over-concentration of development and therefore greater competition amongst developers, therefore a slowdown in the amount of houses that are brought onto the market, for example. That's just one aspect of it.
Yeah. So from the council's point of view, the appropriate course of action is to have the whole site allocated.
Yeah, it's to maintain that flexibility and therefore its full potential. There are no environmental reasons, imperative environmental reasons, which would dictate another course of action.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. I'll bring Mr. Horner in at this point.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, sir. You've very ably put your finger on several of the points which we would like to make, and it will come as no surprise to you that we consider that this 8,000 to 10,000 is unsustainable in this location for various reasons we've set out in our representations. I was very concerned to hear just then from Mr. Shadarigian that the whole of the red line area needs to be allocated at this stage in order to provide a suitable delivery schedule. It would be our hope and request that a mechanism exists so that the more sustainable parts of the site and the less disruptive to the setting of the A and B parts of the site are developed first. And part of that would be, as you've alluded to reduce the red line to the extent of the development which is needed within this planned period and worry about the rest later. Another possible mechanism would be obviously to put some kind of approved phasing plan as part of the condition of the planning application, which is now in train. Just another couple of points, though, arising out of that. If this plan, if this core strategy is adopted with a target value of some 6,000 homes, does that mean that the planning application, which is for 8,500 homes, necessarily gets rejected at that scale? Or, as has been hinted at, would the developer then be able to develop up to 8,500 homes, subject to reserved matters, obviously? And just a small point, I thought I heard Mr. Tofts say that 8,000 to 10,000 homes was necessary to achieve a sustainable development. I'd like to challenge that. Surely a sustainable development could be achieved at a much smaller scale. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just perhaps come back on that last point, if I can bring the council in on that. Just this the concept of what would constitute a sustainable development, and I think in that sense we're talking about a self-sustaining development, in terms of an appropriate balance between new homes and the social and economic infrastructure and other infrastructure necessary to support that. So is the point that Mr. Horner makes a reasonable one from the council's point of view, that it's not necessary to have 8,000 to 10,000 houses to make this a sustainable development? You could go for a smaller figure. Mr. Tofts.
I was just trying to sort of point out the area of the growth options report that sort of looked at these issues. So it came from the growth options report that areas were identified for suitable for development and suitable for development with mitigation, and that testing various densities within those areas led to a conclusion that 8,000 to 10,000 would be suitable for the areas of the study that were identified. So I wasn't intending to say that anything else wouldn't be sustainable, but that the evidence pointed in that direction.
Okay, so in terms of that question of if you take the first step in the process, which is that a new settlement, a new garden settlement is being proposed, and the principles that would need to lie behind that, one of which being that it's, as far as can be, self-reliant, I suppose, in terms of the balance between homes and jobs and infrastructure, etc. Has the council, what lies behind that kind of figure in terms of making it a sustainable place, making it a suitable scale of development? Is there a cut-off point that would make it not a sustainable settlement, as it were, in those terms?
Could I just say, so while they're considering the answer to that there's two aspects to sustainability here, I think. One is this settlement going to be big enough as a standalone settlement in order to achieve this much vaunted critical mass, and so be sustainable from that point of view? And there's the other one, which I think Mr. Tofts was alluding to, was can it be fitted in a sustainable way without without unnecessary problems?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, perhaps it's a sloppy use of terminology on my part, but I think the point is really, in terms of the question, that it's to do with this concept of a suitable scale of development, which is going to make it self-reliant as much as possible.
I think well, tomorrow we're going to be discussing infrastructure and the infrastructure requirements of the development, and we will see then how it works. And why the 5925 is justified by reference to it being self-sustaining. And that's making sure that there is the requisite social and physical infrastructure in place as early on as is needed to make it an attractive place to buy and live, and also to make it self-sustaining. And we will hear tomorrow with the provision also of a large capital fund from the council, how in fact that infrastructure is going to be provided in a timely way. So we're not here considering the potential for infrastructure investments beyond the planned period. We're concerned about how this figure is going to be delivered sustainably.
Yeah. Yes, but it comes back to the question of the relationship between the lower figure for the plan period and the need for a larger site to be allocated. So the question Mr. Horner raised really was, is a development of approximately 5,925, would that itself be sustainable development in terms of the scale and the ability for it to be self-sustaining, or does the whole site and the higher number, i.e. 8 to 10,000 dwellings, is that necessary to make it a sustainable new development?
Well, the implication of that is that we reduce the site area, as you indicated earlier, as one possibility. But for reasons which I think will become apparent when we discuss delivery, the fact that we are within this plan period proposing to exploit between 65 and 85% of the area to provide these 6,000 houses, I rounded up for convenience sake, is not something which should cause you to consider that the allocation itself is unsustainable. Quite clearly, the constraints have been considered as part of the sustainability appraisal and as part of the site options appraisal. And in order to retain that later flexibility, one has to look at the site as a whole. And I'm sure when we come on to consider delivery and look at the spatial options available within the site, you will see the sense of actually including the whole site within the allocation.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And we, as you say, we'll come on to issues of delivery, and no doubt you'll put that strong argument in terms of the need for flexibility within the wider area. But just coming back to I suppose the other question of, what's the critical mass for what might be regarded as a sustainable new settlement? Is it the case that something in the order of 6,000 dwellings could fit the bill in that sense? I take the point about delivery rates and the need for flexibility, but if we just look at the scale of the development in terms of its critical mass, is something in the order of 6,000.
Sorry, I missed the last point. It just cut out slightly.
Yeah, it's really just I suppose just a question of whether a development in the order of 6,000 houses would meet the criteria for a sustainable settlement in terms of it being self-reliant as much as possible.
Yeah, the answer is yes, most certainly, and we've tested it on that basis.
Yeah. So the rationale for the larger site area and the reference to 8 to 10,000 houses is more to do with delivery and flexibility rather than a critical mass to make a sustainable settlement. Is that the case?
Absolutely, absolutely. And what it does is recognise that the site, as allocated, will have capacity beyond the planned period, which it will, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Eden.
Thank you. The number of houses aimed at Otterpool, when it first launched, it was probably around 12,000. It dropped to 10, and now we're maybe down to 8, which is an understandable sort of refinement, perhaps. I've spent a good part of the last half hour staring at figure 51 in the stage 2 report, the growth options report, and that's a plan which shows pretty much Otterpool roughly as it's currently sort of intended, but it also shows Sellinge above the railway line, and a suspicious person might think that's where many of the 2,000 are going. It's certainly been alluded to previously, and in the last iteration of core strategy review, there was quite a large plot to the north of the A20, which was also being promoted at that time, which was taken out of what is the current core strategy, CSD9. So I think there's an element here where I think Mr. Haining mentioned earlier that he really couldn't see why these two things were being dealt with separately. The two are much of a muchness, the same thing, and they certainly interact with each other. Mr. Toft talked about a critical mass being required for the retail centre of Otterpool, which I understand. It certainly makes sense, and it's in close proximity to the station and close to Junction 11. Given that, and given that there's a reduced target figure of housing intended, you have to wonder why in the current planning application, the selected neighbourhoods for development are so widely dispersed. It doesn't appear to make sense. That may well be explained in more interesting detail tomorrow. But I find it hard to see. I think the idea of controlling the evolution of any development of Otterpool over a long period of time is actually quite important, because there is a reasonably high potential for change to be insisted upon. There is a possibility that shouldn't be ignored, that something like Otterpool wouldn't in fact grow to its full extent. So it needs to work properly at each stage of its evolution. So I suppose what I'm saying is it really ought to grow organically from what is its centre. And the current proposals don't seem to support that. The current proposals seem to be related to the previous land ownership, where not everything was in one ownership. The council owned land to the west of the Otterpool area and other land. The racecourse land was owned by somebody else. The council now owns all of the land, so there's no imperative to share out development, which was maybe not stated, but was certainly felt to be a reason for why the current phasing and the current sort of provision of the new town would come about in the way that's being suggested. As it stands, it looks very much as if it's more likely to cause devastation to as many villages around the area as possible, rather than to be able to introduce itself in a more casual and acceptable sort of way. Mr. Horner pointed out, of course, as well, is that end of the site is the least impacting on the AONB issues and various other things. I think they're all sort of on the table. I'll be very interested to see what arguments come out tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Horner, did you want to add anything?
Yes. I mean, Mr. Eden has alluded to the planning application. That's not, as I understand it, part of the evidence base for this examination. But I do understand that phasing has been revised now, Bob, in view of the change of ownership. But comes back to my point before. How will that phasing be enforced by the planning authority? It's all very well for the developer to say that he wants to do this or that now, but he can change his mind later on. So I just want to make sure that only as much, if Otterpool Park is to go ahead, only as much of Otterpool Park is developed at any one time as is necessary to meet the housing targets, and that it's developed in the most sustainable and most environmentally friendly locations.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of points just to help things move along. I mean, it's sometimes the case, as is here, where we have a proposal in a submitted local plan, the core strategy review, and at the same time there is a live planning application, and it is difficult to keep the two separate. But we need to, as much as possible, and focus on the proposed allocation in the local plan rather than what's in a particular planning application, which is beyond our remit. The second thing is in terms of phasing, we will be coming on to that in more detail in terms of discussions about delivery and also in terms of infrastructure. But it is clearly a very significant issue, and we'll come back to that. But perhaps we can move on from that particular aspect. Mr. Haining next. Yeah.
Thanks, Sir. Just a sort of a thought with regards to the boundaries of the site and so forth. I know it touches on traffic again, but the pinch point for the A20 is Grove Bridge, which is a one-way system. Narrows it, the A20, down to a one-way system through traffic lights through the village. Long-term succession planning, which obviously this is a long-term project, has to take into account that as it develops, as it grows, it's not just Folkestone and Hythe that wishes to develop along this narrow squeeze corridor between the area of national beauty and sort of the marshes. Ashford is coming from the other direction towards Sellinge as well. And the crucial pinch point is going to be the A20. Now, the village of Sellinge is built around that. We accept that. But there is this pinch point here, and throughout this this process, the Sellinge Parish Council, I believe, also sort of residents, and including myself, have engaged and asked that consideration be given for the A20 as it evolves and then becomes two-way to be extended around Sellinge. Now, the irony is the Otterpool Park development already has got plans within there that extends the road from the A20 Otterpool Lane to the south of the M20 to access the hillside development. If forward planning was put into place, and what I would ask for the council, the Queen Council, is to sort of, if possible, put in a caveat that land there is allowed for future-proofing the development of the area, but also for the road infrastructure that takes away this pinch point. And as far as I understand, it's a Victorian bridge which cannot be anything be done with regards to that bridge. It's what it is what it is, and the rail authority won't allow it to be touched. So when it comes to sort of looking at the site and the boundaries, the land in that area that's already sort of highlighted, it may be worth considering keeping that under possible caveat of future development needs for road infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Vernon, you want to come in?
Yes, thank you, sir. Just to pick up on a few of the points, they all relate to this question around, well, if the plan is only seeking to allocate 5,925 homes, or the need over the plan period is that, then why don't we call it a day at that? There are a few realities here, and Mr. Shadowravian has touched on them around deliverability, but we are tasked with looking at an allocation which must be deliverable, and linked to that, it must be flexible. There is a live planning application, which I understand we don't need to go into at this point, but the principle of establishing a quantum of development is essential between that 8,000 to 10,000 home bracket for a number of reasons. Large scale development of this nature doesn't come forward easily, to put it bluntly. This is a significant investment on the part of my client, the promoter of Otterpool Park. There's a large volume of infrastructure required, which we can come on to in future sessions, and that all requires investment which is based on a return over a period of time. As I say, we can go into that in due course, but to suggest at this stage that we curtail the development at the 5925 homes, plus whatever associated infrastructure we then may wish to think is appropriate, would be a failure to realise a significant opportunity. And housing needs won't just drop off a cliff at the end of 2037. The housing need continues. And if we are to look at a reduced area for the allocation at this stage, we simply move the position kick the can down the road to 2037, at which point housing need is acute at the national level, and it will continue in this location. There can be no question of that. I don't suggest anyone needs a crystal ball to estimate that. Then we would be in a position of looking at a bolt-on to the plan potentially, or several bolt-ons to the plan, which would be a failed opportunity, and it isn't in the interest of proper plan making to consider sort of incremental additions to what is an allocation which is sound and robust and has been through due process, and is supported by a significant volume of evidence. The suggestion of developing less sensitive parts of the site first as well. We are confident in the approach that's been taken. We're supportive of the approach that's been taken. We're supportive of the principle being established by that large volume of evidence that's been prepared. And yes, there is mitigation required to offset some impacts in some parts of the site, which we can come on to in future sessions. But fundamentally, the allocation is sound, and its ambition to deliver between 8,000 and 10,000 homes, with the caveat that is subject to further detailed master planning, must be supported. It is positive planning, and it is not being done beyond the plan period lightly. As I say, in order for it to be deliverable, we need to provide some certainty around the opportunities for house builders, and the housing trajectory is somewhat reliant on the opportunities provided by the site area, and that the site will grow over a long period. But the suggestion that we can reduce the area or reduce the number just feels wholly inappropriate.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Horner.
I'd just like to come back on what Mr. Vernon says. I mean, if we are then accepting the red line and the 8,000 to 10,000 as what is to be found sound or not at this session, I think I want to come back to the point that was made before. We need to have much more clarity about whether it's 8,000 or 10,000. I don't really understand why, with the resources available, that consultants cannot make a proper assessment of what 8,000 would look like or what 10,000 would look like right now. And if that is going to be, if you like, signed off in a few months' time when you produce your reports, I think the residents of Folkestone and Hythe district have a right to know what it's going to look like at the end of the day, not just what it's going to look like after 6,000 houses.
Okay, thank you.
Just to pick up on another point, I mean, he says that where is the growth going to come after 2037? You can always ask that, you know, where is the growth going to come from after the 10,000 houses have been built? I would like to think that in the next 10 years, we will find that not half of these houses have been built anyway, and the pressure on that piece of land for development will have actually been reduced. all sorts of things are going to happen between now and 2037, which mean that those plans will have to be looked at again.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Haining.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I would like to sort of concur that really that you know, it's been reported that basically that over the last few years, 40% of the houses that have been purchased in the Folkestone and Hythe area are from people migrating from London, which is fine. You can't stop that. That's part of it. But you have to sort of say, and I've got 2 children, and I'm thinking about them, and I'm not anti-houses, and I'm not anti-housing development, but as Mr. Toft has sort of explained, that, you know, the development in this area is confined due to the geography and the location. But ironically enough, the more you build, the more, you know, you can't stop people migrating from other parts of the country to here. But then in 10 and 20 years' time, those houses, those children will actually have an even greater requirement for housing need in this area. And if we haven't got that capability of flexibility, because we're now taking it completely and utterly up, then where do we go from there? So I do actually think that on a greater sort of United Kingdom area, we've got to sort of say, are we supplying houses for a local need, or are we supplying houses for an opportunity that I could sell my flat in London for 500,000, 600,000 and buy myself a 4-bedroom detached down house close to the sea? And it is also the case of, you know, ideally we've got to look about with regards to not just the infrastructure and the job creation with regards to shops and retails and coffee lounge, and we talk about that, but they're not the jobs that are going to give you, the local people, the money to be able to afford these houses in the first place. We should be thinking of, you know, we want more Pfizers, we want land to actually develop, that we can have factories to build stuff, to export to Europe. I don't see that. I don't really see this. I see one great mass of area, which it's housing, and housing. But I don't see the jobs that fund those houses, unless they are jobs that are up in London. And that model, clearly, because of what's happened in the last 12, 13 months, is probably now out of date. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vernon, do you want to come back quickly on anything that's been put to you there?
Yes, I will be quick, sir. Thank you. It was just a suggestion that once we get to 10,000, what happens after that point, and that there is no suggestion that there's anything beyond 10,000. The site capacity, we're well aware is what it is, and that there's no indication or suggestion that anything other than a maximum of 10,000 is on the table. I just wanted to come back on that point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, unless there are any further points in terms of the scale of housing, we'll move on to employment development. We did cover the evidence base in some detail in relation to employment land requirements and employment floor space requirements in matter 10 in the previous session. So from our perspective, we don't need to go through that again, but I suppose just a couple of points to the council, and then I'll just open it up for others to come in on. But in terms of the scale of taking employment development first, employment land as it were, is it the case that on the basis of the evidence that you have, that the intention is for, again, coming back to this issue about a self-sustaining settlement, the scale of employment development is to a large extent designed to provide for the needs of the new settlement. I appreciate it's not an exact science, but the general principle there is that it's a scale of employment development which will assist the settlement to be self-sustaining in economic terms.
That's correct, sir, yes.
Mr. Bailey, I think you pointed it earlier to also, I suppose, the issue of opportunities that are provided. So is that also a factor? It's to some extent.
Yes.
But also the particular opportunities that location would provide, that's been factored into that as well?
That's correct. The Otterpool Employment Opportunities Study picks up on that on that fact, but the council's economic strategic plan, I think it's 2015, looks at the need to diversify the district's economy, and looks at bringing forward the potential of employment sites around sort of key highway nodes along the M20. There's a recognition within the employment land review work that's been undertaken that a lot of the existing employment sites within the Folkestone Hythe district are ageing, poor quality, poor access, and so forth. So yes, the land that forms part of the employment requirement at Otterpool helps deliver sort of that wider district strategy for employment, as well as meeting the needs that will come out of the garden settlement itself.
Okay. And again, this is a matter we discussed in the previous session, but the scale of employment lands proposed for the new garden settlement, in effect, it's an additional or a different issue than the district-wide assessment, which, as we heard previously, the scale of existing provision and commitments and allocations is sufficient on a district-wide level, but the new garden settlement brings its own requirements in that sense.
That's correct. Yes, as what was discussed in matter 10, the council's of the view that it's got sufficient capacity allocated within the places and policies local plan that meets the needs of employment across the district. Those sites are spatially distributed to enable flexibility and delivery as to where employment requirements may arise. But the Link Park allocation that was within policy, one of the place and policies that falls within the red line for Otterpool, that's sort of been repositioned with it and made smaller within the Otterpool boundary, as I say, to meet the needs of Otterpool itself, but also to take advantage of its location to meet sort of structural requirements of the district's economy itself.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any points from others in relation to the provision of employment lands, the scale of that as far as the new garden settlement is concerned? Yeah, Ms Davies from CPRE.
Hello, thank you. Julie Davis from CPRE. As you said, I just wanted really to reiterate the points that my colleague Paul Buckley raised at matter 10 last time round, and just looking at the balance between the proposed employment and housing growth, and our previously stated concerns that we would be expecting on the evidence produced, that actually we'd be continuing to have out commuting, and that in that sense the development wouldn't be self-sufficient or sustainable, and then bringing on those problems that we've alluded to in terms of transport and wider infrastructure, and just wanting to ensure that you will satisfy yourself that it was an appropriate balance between the two issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. And Ms Harman. Mrs Harman.
Thank you, sir. Actually, Mrs Davis just made the points I wanted to make, and I'll just say further to that the whole precept on which this is based is about inward migration, and that inward migration automatically assumes that the majority of people coming to live in this new town are likely to be commuting out, and therein you've either got road pressures or train pressures, and I think we need to very seriously consider those.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anything the council wishes to add as far as employment land provision, the scale of it is concerned?
I think I'd just add in response to what's just been said is that based on the employment land that's been allocated, it's believed that this will achieve retainment of about 64% in terms of employment within the garden settlement, and that's on a par with the retainment figure for the district wide itself. And it's the council's view that a retainment of 64% doesn't equate to sort of a dormitory town. It is sort of self-containing. It's consuming its own smoke, and that the diversity opportunities that this site will bring for the district's economy could actually potentially lead to an increase in that sort of retainment figure.
Okay. So when you refer to the retainment figure of 64%, is that so I understand that is that in effect 64% of residents will be working within the local area?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Of working age, yeah.
Okay. Clearly, yes. not of underwork. Thank you. Okay, no further points as far as the employment issue is concerned before we move on to retail. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think probably, hopefully fairly briefly, again, we looked at the evidence base in relation to retail main town centre uses and floor space requirements in the previous session. So again, perhaps just an initial point to the council and then an opportunity for others to come in if they wish to. But from the previous discussion and from the evidence in front of us, there is, and again, it comes back to the notion of a self-sustaining settlement, as it were. I suppose the simple question really is the scale of retailing and other main town centre uses which are envisaged. They are essentially to meet the needs of the new settlement itself. It's intended to be a balance between the two.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And that, just in terms of the evidence base, that's based on the 2019 update of the retail study.
That's correct. That's the most up-to-date evidence available.
And the figures involved in policy SS7, the council is in discussion with Ashford Council in particular, but there's a potential modification being put forward to us in terms of updating those figures in the light of that more recent study. So we've got that in hand. Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any points from others in relation to the scale of retail provision envisaged? No. Okay, thank you. In terms of other uses, don't probably need to go into any detail on those. Mr. Bailey gave a good overview of the different uses in support of the residential and other developments, and we will be coming back to other issues in terms of infrastructure provision, etc. So we can pick those up in later parts of the agenda. But okay, so from my perspective, that covers everything under item 2B, and a good time to take a lunch break, unless there's any final points anyone wishes to make in relation to the scale and mix of development before we take a break. Okay, yeah, Mr. Horner.
Sorry, so will we be coming back to the issue of affordability of affordable housing and the percentage of affordable housing was mentioned by the council in their opening statement.
Yes, tomorrow.
Phasing, yeah, it can come into phasing. That's our main concern about that.
Yeah, phasing, it probably will crop up in terms of discussions about infrastructure, but it will also primarily crop up in the discussion about viability and delivery.
Okay.
And affordable housing specifically we'll deal with when we come on to look at policy SS6 tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Hilder.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just reflecting on one point on scale. Speaking as someone who has had to interpret the growth option studies in preparation of master planning, being part of the master planning team for the garden settlement, it occurs to me that, you know, should we not take the opportunity here to develop the scheme as been set out in the growth option studies and as the policies we're debating are creating? There's a risk that should development come along in the future, if we were to only agree to a smaller scale development, that there is a risk that elements such as sprawl happen, where developers take opportunity to see the growth option studies that were done, think then that they can use those to speculatively bring about other developments surrounding a core of the 5,900, but without the more coordinated planning of a much more cohesive, legible, and understandable settlement as a whole. There's some key good reasons why, I think Mr. Eden asked, there are such large spaces between aspects of the development. I think on figure 51 of the part 2, phase 2 report. And the answer to why there's such large areas of open space there is to provide support for a larger community, the kind of town parks, the country parks, the buffers to the sensitive areas. We need a development of that scale to support that community. So I think there's just wanted to highlight the risk that if you were minded to change wording in terms of making a smaller development here, there is that risk that sprawl could happen. I think that's something that fundamentally would be damaging to the legibility of the settlement as a whole.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Good. Okay, thank you. No further points. Okay, we'll take a break for lunch, and we'll resume as planned at 2 o'clock. We'll be moving on to look at item 2C, which will specifically be dealing with the effect on the setting of the Kent Downs AONB. So starting off looking at the evidence base and the conclusions that draws. So if we break for lunch now, and we resume promptly at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock and time to resume the hearing session for today. So we'll move on to item 2C on the agenda, which looks specifically at the effect on the setting of the Kent Downs AOMB. If I can start, as usual, with the council, just to take us through the evidence base in relation to the potential impacts on the setting of the AOMB, what assessments were carried out, an overview of the methodology and the key conclusions that were drawn from that evidence. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. The evidence is set out in the high-level options report, the high-level landscape appraisal, and also the growth options report, phase 2. The high-level options report looked district-wide, and part of the factors it looked at was landscape, and for area 4, Sellinge and the surrounding area, it identified that the area's got a generally undulating landform, that the land falls away to the south, that it's largely an area of large-scale open fields and small-scale woodland. It noted that there are visual impacts coming from the M20 motorway and high-speed 1 rail link and electricity transmission infrastructure. It also looked at the setting of the Kent Downs AOMB, and the conclusion was that development within the setting needed to have appropriate regard to the AOMB's special characteristics and reasons for designation, but that national policy is clear that the proximity of the AOMB, although a constraint, doesn't rule out more detailed investigation. So from that high-level look, the study looked in more detail through the growth options study phase 2 report, and that was based on a thorough and exhaustive assessment of the area, and site visits gathered information as well based on features within and adjoining the area. There were 8 criteria used to look at land within the growth options phase 2, including landscape, and the general approach was to seek to avoid visually prominent locations and minimize impact on the AOMB, and look at locations with the potential for landscape mitigation. The growth options phase 2 study also looked in detail at heritage, and several of the heritage assets were felt to need account taken of their setting and local landscapes and views. From that, it was the separate areas were identified, A, B, C, and D, that were talked about. Within area B, there were several sub areas, some that were identified as being more suitable for a dense approach to development, and others where more landscape mitigation was required. On page 104 of the phase 2, the phase 2 report, it highlights that the approach taken was that simple intervisibility of land from viewpoints did not automatically preclude development. Rather, it was the relative impact of development on AOMB settings. And from that, what came the overall conclusions of the parcels of land suitable for strategic scale development and the parcels of land suitable for strategic scale development with appropriate mitigation. Also, a large part of that was land to be maintained as strategic open space.
Thank you. So in terms of the role that the landscape appraisal itself, the high-level landscape appraisal, can you just explain what role that exercise had in feeding into the growth option studies, both phase 1 and phase 2?
I'm sorry.
So it's probably more appropriate if I respond to that one. Thank you, given that they were all ACOM reports. Yes, the high-level landscape appraisal was commissioned by the council to fill a recognised gap in the landscape evidence base. And to that extent, it is a sort of standalone study apart from the high-level growth options 1 and 2. So it could have been commissioned independently, but clearly it was taken into account in the growth options suite of reports as part of the overall evidence base, albeit one that was developed by ACOM itself. However, it was produced by landscape specialists, whereas the other 2 reports primarily authored by me as a planning policy generalist. And in that sense, it did inform the high-level parts 1 and part 2 report, but only it had the same status as other elements of the evidence base that weren't produced by ACOM. Now, the high-level landscape report itself covered the entire district at a fairly strategic level, at a landscape character level, and again, it adopted a very similar red, amber, green approach as is relatively standard for landscape character assessments, and its conclusions were taken into account in the Part 1 report in a strategic sense, and then its authors were retained for specialist landscape advice for the Part 2 report that zoomed into Area 4, where strategic opportunities had been identified, and then a finer grain assessment in terms of landscape was adopted, much finer than was possible in the high-level landscape report, whereby landscape specialists accompanied myself on site visits and came up with balanced judgments guided by relevant landscape criteria as we assessed the site for opportunities and constraints.
So just to clarify then, in terms of kind of landscape assessments from a specialist perspective, the strategic level study was undertaken that alongside the higher level growth option study fed into the phase 2 report, and more detailed landscape appraisal was undertaken, specifically looking at the area 4 in more detail.
That's correct, sir, yes.
Okay, thank you.
If I can just amplify as well what Mr. Tofts has said about the approach to setting, just to direct you to certain points in the report. Looking at the phase 1 report, what I'm trying to, I think the point I'm trying to make here is that throughout the report, the AOMB and its setting were taken very seriously as key constraints to be aware of. It's clear on page 71 of the Part 1 report that the AOMB and its setting are the most significant strategic landscape constraints to Area 4. But equally, so there's a clear-eyed understanding of that, but equally it's clear that national policy it does not entail that opportunities in the setting are completely off limits. Then turning to the phase 2 report, on page 18, you'll see we have quoted at length the AOMB's own definition of the setting of the Kent Downs AOMB and the impact of development within it. And we state correctly that this informs the approach of the entire report. And just to give one example among many, for example, on page 45, we mentioned this morning that Area B of our division system was the one identified with the most potential. But as I say, to give just one example among many, the southwest of Area B was considered less suitable in terms of AOMB setting. And so development was not recommended in that location. And there are other examples of how the setting was taken into account. The report also concluded with an appendix on page 137, where we looked at how AONB settings had been treated by inspectors in relevant examinations and appeals from elsewhere in the country, while of course bearing in mind that every single case has to be decided on a case-by-case basis. It was nevertheless indicative of our careful and thorough approach to AONB setting that we included that appendix so that we could be absolutely certain that we were not veering away from the national approach.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hilda, did you wish to come in now?
Hi, thank you, sir. Yes, just a couple of points, just again, perhaps from a landscape architect's perspective, elaborating as to why the high-level landscape appraisal we feel is a document that's worth its weight. First of all, it itself, I think this is a key point to make, it looks at much more than whether land is within the OMB or outside the OMB. It looks at much more than just whether land is within the setting of the OMB or outside the setting of the OMB. It follows the guidance set out in the Landscape Institute's guidance for landscape and visual impact assessment in terms of describing the sensitivity of land. And as I'm sure you appreciate, the guidance for landscape and visual impact assessment, 3rd edition from 2013, makes it clear that sensitivity comes from two perspectives. It comes from the value of a landscape and then the addition to the value of the susceptibility of that landscape to a particular development, in this case, strategic development. So the higher level landscape appraisal looks at it in the same way that the core strategy is asking for the garden settlement to be assessed in a landscape and visual impact assessment format. So there's a really good, strong thread of continuity between the work that AECOM did in the high-level landscape appraisal that carries on through each of the processes, getting more and more refined, more and more detailed as this goes on. And the core strategy in the center of this asks for that continuity. So I think it's a really important point to make. And thirdly, so just elaborating on those aspects of value that it takes into account, the high-level landscape appraisal takes into account issues such as scenic quality. It takes into account the fact that if an area is designated or not, but also adds to that aspects of whether they see the area as having scenic quality, having a degree of rarity, of representativeness to the character that's being displayed, whether there are any other conservation interests and recreational value. So it's a very thorough assessment of landscape sensitivity, so much more than whether it's in or out of the OMB or within or without of the AOMB's setting. And to say that's a key thing, that when we've been interpreting that through our work on the garden settlements, we've maintained that thread. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Miller.
So, yeah, the AONB unit, we maintain our concerns that insufficient regard has been had to the setting, the importance of this land as forming the setting of the Kent Downs throughout the various assessments that have just been reported on. We go into some detail in our response to the Regulation 19 plan on the importance of setting to the AONB, and in particular on this particular site. So I don't need to go into that in any detail now, other than just to quickly mention that views out southwards from the escarpment were one of the key reasons for the designation of the AONB. And these views are also recognised as one of the AONB's special characteristics and qualities. Various landscape character assessments also identify the importance of the views out over this particular site. That's ones carried out by the AONB at county-wide, and also the high-level landscape appraisal carried out by Folkestone and Hythe, which recognises for the 3 character areas of the escarpment where views out over the site are available. It recognises the importance of those. Also, as I mentioned this morning, elsewhere in the course strategy, policy CSD4 in the existing course strategy, which it is proposed to be retained, also particularly notes the importance of the setting of the AONB. And in fact, that policy seems to imply the same level of constraint applied to the setting as it does to the actual AONB itself. Moving on to the reports that have been carried out, the landscape reports. In terms of the high-level landscape appraisal, we consider its usefulness in respect of assessing impacts of a new garden settlement to be relatively limited. And this is on the basis that it's not considering a development of 10,000 houses, as we discussed this morning. It's looking more at proposals which would have capacity for 250 houses. I think this is illustrated best in the example of the Landscape Character Area 11 limb, which is the site of the proposed allocation, where it's stated under the susceptibility that depending on the siting of development, the LCA is potentially capable of accommodating development without the loss of landscape elements. And depending on the siting of development, it could potentially be a prominent feature in the wider setting of the Kent Downs AONB. However, there is potential for more discrete siting. However, the scale of the proposed allocation at Otterpool is such that it would in fact occupy virtually the entirety of this area. Mr. Hilder mentioned the guidelines for LVIA Volume 3. I think I'd like to point out that at paragraph 5.42 of this document, it advises that assessments dealing with intrinsic or inherent sensitivity without reference to a specific type of development cannot reliably inform assessment of the susceptibility to change, since they are carried out without reference to any particular type of development. So that further confirms our concerns about the appropriateness of using this as an evidence base to then form the subsequent option reports that came forward.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry, I wanted to.
Yeah, if you don't mind, if I can just ask one of the representatives of the council just to address, excuse me, address that particular point in terms of the high-level landscape appraisal. Mr. Honeyeth, I think you're keen to speak there. The point being made that as far as Ms. Miller's concerned, it has limited use because it wasn't specifically looking at the potential implications of a development on the scale that's envisaged. What's your response to that?
Yes, what's interesting about that criticism is that well, it's not a criticism, it's an accurate representation, and I wholeheartedly agree, because the high-level landscape appraisal would not have been a robust document if it was setting out to find where a specific development could go. Just like the other two studies that we did, it was a sort of independent top-down assessment without any preordained conclusions and not looking for any specific form of development. It was simply looking at the sensitivity of development. Ms. Miller's quite right that it didn't look at specific form of development. And again, this goes back to the point that it is one piece in the jigsaw puzzle of the wider supply side evidence base underpinning the whole local plan. Although, as I've said, the high-level landscape appraisal was certainly not drafted with a specific development in mind, and it was quite right that it wasn't. Equally, it was drafted, you know, in a context where it was apparent that were, you know, strategic scale development to come forward in a specific location, that clearly landscape and visual impact assessment and indeed our own phase 2 report would slowly sort of, you know, I guess, clarify exactly what the visual impact of specific developments are. So it's right and proper that such a strategic district level study didn't look at specific developments, but it's equally right and proper that it's one piece of a jigsaw puzzle that eventually does do that. And of course, that's where the landscape and visual impact assessment comes in, that was carried out subsequent to AECOM's work. I would also, just while I'm on, take the opportunity to point out that one of the elements in the evidence base that we looked at ourselves in the AECOM work, but also is relevant to the local plan assessment as a whole, is of course the AONB management plan. And the AONB management plan, and again I find myself in agreement with Ms Miller, does describe breathtaking panoramas from the Kent Downs, from the ridge, but it does specifically mention that those breathtaking panoramas include towns, which is absolutely correct. This is a point I made in the December hearings, but it's worth making again, that the character of this very large, very long AONB is determined by a mixture of towns and rural areas in the valley which it overlooks. It would be slightly disingenuous to claim that the entire sort of outlook from the AONB is purely rural. It's not. It's a mixture of towns and villages and rural areas, including Maidstone, Ashford and Folkestone, for example. So I just wanted to make that additional point as well.
Okay, just perhaps coming back to the issue of the scale of development again. The point Ms Miller made, if we take landscape character area 11 as probably the best example, because that's probably the best fit with the New Garden settlement site. In terms of landscape susceptibility, as she pointed out, it refers to, in terms of the addition of development, depending on the siting of development in relation to existing development, it could potentially be a prominent feature in the wider landscape. However, there's also potential for more discrete siting. Are you saying that conclusion was reached with? I appreciate that it wasn't looking at specific development proposals, but is it fair to say that conclusion was reached with the possibility of a scale of development which is proposed being put into that landscape character area? When it talks about discrete siting, for example, the extent of development proposed within that landscape character area is, notwithstanding areas of open space, etc., you would accept it's still a significant proportion and a significant scale of development. Was that conclusion genuinely reached on the basis of the potential for that kind of scale?
Well, again, sir, to reiterate the point that the conclusion wasn't reached on the basis of any specific development in terms of form or scale, other than it being strategic scale, i.e. over 250 homes, which, as we've discussed this morning, albeit arbitrary, there does need to be some sort of cut-off point or agreement as to what's strategic scale development or is not. What I would say there about the conclusion on landscape susceptibility is that it informs very clearly, and there's a very clear flow from that conclusion right to our overall conclusions, which are set out in the map on page 51 of our phase 2 report, which clearly divides the land that is considered potentially suitable for development into suitable with mitigation or suitable with less need for mitigation. And that's a direct response to that assessment that across the whole of landscape character area 11, which is large in extent, the discrete siting, I suppose, is a different way of putting the sort of development around the racecourse and the other more sort of sheltered or deeper areas of the valley that will likely need less mitigation in terms of visual impact. And then between the development higher up the sides of the valley that would and has. So we've appropriately made that distinction in our overall spatial conclusion. And as I say, that follows logically and naturally from that original high-level landscape appraisal assessment.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Ms Muller, I rudely interrupted you, but if you want to carry on with your points, yeah.
Please, yeah, I'll come back and respond to the points on the growth level, the growth report level 2 subsequently, but I just had a few more points on the high-level landscape appraisal. In terms of the sensitivity, we have concerns that equal status was assigned to each of the elements that Mr. Hilda referred to. And we don't think that this is particularly in accordance with the GLVIA, which at paragraph 5.28 advises that you need to draw on a list of factors that are generally agreed to influence value, and that they need to be interpreted to reflect the particular legislative and policy context prevailing in particular places. The list is not comprehensive, and other factors may be considered important in specific areas. Given the importance of views out of the AONB and the protection that this is given, we think this should have been included as a specific factor that was considered alongside the other elements. Furthermore, as set out also in the GLVIA, we think judgment should have been made about which particular components of the landscape contribute most to its value, rather than giving each one of them equal value, particularly given the importance assigned to the AONB in the NPPF, where paragraph 172 puts it in a special category of protection, affording it great weight, yet this isn't accounted for within that assessment. In terms of susceptibility, we're concerned that for each local character area, it only considers the impact of the development on that particular area. It doesn't consider the impacts on the LCAAs, which are within the AONB, that would be affected by the development, i.e. those which occupy parts of the escarpment of the Kent Downs. So moving on to the high level options report, we have some concerns that the impacts on the AONB and the intervisibility between the site and the higher topography of the AONB hasn't been realistically assessed. We note that these are views that are shared by Natural England. In the growth options report, particular concern is that it considers land north of the A20 between Barrow Hill and Western Hanger as being largely concealed visually from the AONB. I don't know if the inspectors have had the opportunity to visit the site yet. Maybe that's not possible at the moment with current lockdown restrictions, but it's very clear that even if you were just to drive along the A20, just how visible looking northwards, the part of the site along the A20 immediately north of it, the intervisibility between that part of the site and the higher topography of the AONB is very apparent. And you can see that if you were to do a simple look on Google Street View, just driving along the A20 between those 2 points. Although it might be perceived as being generally flatter than the land south of the A20, in fact, it does start to rise from the river valley within that land between the railway and the A20. So substantial parts of that large parcel of the proposed allocation are particularly visible from the AONB, and that it's just extremely concerning to us that that isn't recognised in the growth options report. And then that's carried through into the core strategy review, with parts, well, most of that land being identified as suitable for development without requiring significant landscape mitigation. Another part which is similarly underestimates the impact on the AONB is what's commonly referred to as the Western Hanger Triangle, the land to the immediate east of Stone Street, where the business park and town centre is proposed within the core strategy. This is particularly concerning because that is it is a part of the site which, because of its rising nature, is prominent from the higher elevations of the AONB, but its importance isn't recognised sufficiently in the growth report. And then as a result of that, and probably because of its proximity to the highways infrastructure, part of that site is allocated for business use, which can be a particularly harmful type of development in terms of trying to mitigate it on the AONB because of basically larger footprint buildings, larger roof spans, need for cut and fill to accommodate that. It's likely to be significant impacts on the AONB, but also in terms of the character of that land itself, which is of higher quality, I would suggest, than much of the rest of the proposed allocated site, as recognised in its designation as an SLA in the core strategy, in the local plan rather than the core strategy. So it's quite astonishing that the core strategy then goes on to identify it as being suitable for business use, which, as I've explained, is particularly hard to mitigate.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Hilda. Sorry, had you finished, Ms. Miller?
I hadn't, no, but you know,
sorry.
we can.
Sorry, carry on. Yep.
We're also concerned that the growth option study, it advises at section 3.3 that the impacts of strategic scale development on the Kent Downs could be appropriately mitigated, and it uses photographs of developments at Selledge and Brayborn Lees in figures 8.9, 8 and 9 in the report to illustrate as to how that could happen. But these are both villages of a much smaller scale, comprising villages that have evolved over many, many years and comprise dwellings principally of 2-storey, some of 1-storey, very few of 3-storey, and certainly none any higher. Yet the proposed development strategy is mainly for development of a much higher density and higher buildings than in these existing villages, with large areas of the site potentially earmarked for development of between 3.5 and 5 stories in height. We're also concerned that the study concludes that impacts on the AONB would be very limited. This is justified in part due by the assertion that visual impacts should be considered in the context of the scale of the entire designation. It says that the AONB is approximately 94 kilometres long, and the visual impacts would be confined to a part of the AONB just about 7 kilometres long. And we find it absolutely astonishing that such an argument is being used to justify this development, given the acknowledged scale of the proposal. As Mr. Sharda-Revin said this morning, it is a very large development. You know, this is probably the largest development ever proposed in the immediate setting of the Kent Downs. So we find it very worrying that such an argument would be used to justify acceptability of a development. And then just one final point from me at this stage. This morning it was discussed the possibility of reducing the scale of the proposed allocation. Clearly, if the scale was to be reduced, this would reduce the impacts on the AONB, not just in terms of the impacts of the physical development and the ability to incorporate more land for structural landscaping to help mitigate impacts, but I think it is also worth mentioning it would have a reduction in terms of the construction impacts, which are a particularly harmful aspect to the AONB. Obviously, if the scale of the development was to be reduced, and this would shorten the period of construction, so that would have beneficial impacts on the AONB also.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, can I bring Mr. Hilda in, please?
Hi, thanks again. If it's okay with you, can I just respond as quickly as I can to Ms. Miller's points. She referred to the fact that designation, one of the key reasons for the original designation of the AONB was the fantastic and marvelous views out from the Downs, which we wholeheartedly agree with. I think it's worth mentioning, though, that views out from the Downs are now only one of the 9 special characteristics and special qualities of the OMB. The special qualities other than that are elements like the geology, the heritage, the educational value, the other broad aspects that the OMB as a designation delivers to the landscape in this area. And that because of that, we feel that this development of the garden settlement actually has a lot to offer to those other special characteristics, in particular in regards to heritage and education and such like. It's not to diminish the value of such views, but I think it's just important to see it in the context that this is only one these days of the special quality, the 8 other special qualities of the OMB. Mrs. Miller talked about the particular views out from this area of the North Downs escarpment that overlook the site. I think it's worth putting in context again that yes, whilst we acknowledge that the scheme, the garden settlement, will be in those views from this stretch of the escarpment, that those views contain a whole lot more than just this site. Given the relative distance that the site is from the escarpment, it's only relatively narrow bands of the view that will be taken up with this development. And then with further mitigation, or the mitigation that we are advocating, that we're saying is possible, then those views would be narrowed still. The views contain a whole lot more. The views contain sites of the coast, all the way across Romney Marsh to Dungeness, all the way across the coast on good days to Fairlight at the edge of the Greensand Ridge. They contain views east, north, west and south, east, up and down the escarpment of the Downs, which are very much valued parts of people's views from the Downs, appreciating the complexity of the landscape of the folds of the escarpment of the Downs. It's just wanted to make the point that it's not just all about single views out from the Downs, which people appreciate. They appreciate views up and down the Downs, belong to the different aspects of its topography and over and beyond the site. And it's important to note that the development that we feel is appropriate in this site would not break the skyline from views from the escarpment to the point that then the views beyond it to the coast, to Dungeness, across Romney Marsh are diminished. Ms. Miller talks about susceptibility and how the work that AECOM have done in the high level landscape appraisal is or isn't reflective of what is called for in GVLA 3. I take her point and understand that when writing such documents, such as the high level landscape appraisal or landscape and visual impact assessments, that you should take into account the particular character and nature of the site you're assessing in order to form then the criteria for assessing the susceptibility of a landscape. I, as a landscape professional, agree with what AECOM have done in terms of how they have created what is a totally acceptable broad number of criteria, saying around landscape quality and condition, scenic quality, which primarily deals with views from the escarpments, the rarity of landscapes, such as whether they contain ancient woodlands or the like. And you can see for yourself on page 41 of the high level landscape appraisal that those for area 11, which it assesses as having medium landscape sensitivity and somewhere in the lower band of the medium landscape sensitivity. So as an equal landscape professional to the authors of that report, I feel it is a wholly appropriate way to have assessed things, and they have taken into account the particular criteria that are appropriate to this area. So that is 2 landscape professionals which feel that this has been done properly. There is then a 3rd landscape professional which also has reviewed the work that's been carried out, insofar that Folkestone Hythe District Council, in assessing the 2019 planning application for the garden settlement, employed independent reviewers of that application, the Temple Group, containing landscape architects, and they too reviewed the work that had been done, including the high-level landscape appraisal, including the landscape and visual impact assessment that was prepared, and they came to the same conclusions. So that's 3 landscape professionals which have looked at this issue and felt that have come into and have agreed with each other's views on the matter. I'd like to reiterate what Mr. Hythe said about the outlook from the Downs to towns in general. This is something that is common not only within the Kent Downs AONB, but the Surrey Hills AONB, which is a continuation of the same area of landscape, but within the county of Surrey as opposed to Kent. So not only in Kent, but also in Surrey, there are this ribbon of towns along the lee of the Downs. And it not only does publications like the landscape, like the AONB units management plan, acknowledge the fact that towns form part of views from the Downs, but this is just a fact that's reiterated by the popularity of viewpoints along the Downs, which contain the mosaic and the healthy mosaic of settlements and landscape, and the contrast between the two. If you were to name the one that's above Folkestone, for example, a popular viewpoint which contains the town of Folkestone and the countryside either side of it. If you go through to Bluebell Hill near Sevenoaks, you go to Box Hill near Dorking. These are all the most valued views along the Downs that people value, and they all contain views of both the town and landscape. And I think that's an important point to make. Ms. Miller touched upon the intervisibility of the area that is north of the A20 but south of the railway line and the M20, insofar as saying that whilst it has been destined that could take a greater density of development, and was wondering why, or questioning why that was, when it is so potentially, well, not potentially, but it is so prominent. I think the point there is that not only is that landscape one that is more associated with the transport infrastructure and the ribbon of transport, the transport infrastructure corridor that exists through the Vale of Holmesdale here. So it's more appropriate in that sense for denser development to occur. But it's also because views from the escarpment, or development in views from the escarpment, is much more prominent when you are viewing it on a opposing landform, such in this case as the Greensand Ridge, which exists at the escarpment of which faces that of the North Downs. The landscape, or the parcel of land between the A20 and the motorway, isn't on that ridge. It's low-lying, gently undulating, but because it's not on that opposite facing ridge, views to it are far more oblique than the ones than development that is on the opposite escarpment. So for those reasons, as I said, the way that is viewed, its association with that transport corridor, they're all good reasons why elements such as the growth option study, followed through with the core strategy, have all advocated a density of development there. Despite it being intervisibility, we should establish that intervisibility here should not preclude development. As I said to you, the fact that towns are commonplace along views from the Downs should establish that point. So it's about where is most appropriate in this sense, and the growth option study, the core strategy which has evolved from that, all correctly, in our opinion, and that of AECOM's landscape architects, temple groups, landscape architects, all understand that that is an appropriate space for the denser aspects of development. And that sort of though flows through to the Western Hanger Triangle, the Hillhurst Triangle, as Ms. Miller was talking to again. Establishing that point that intervisibility shouldn't preclude development. It's about then how sensitive that particular parcel is and how important it is to the OMB. Yes, it is visible from the escarpment of the Downs, but interestingly enough, it isn't that visible or nowhere near as visible from the AOMB, which lies immediately adjacent to the east of the Hillhurst Triangle, Western Hanger Triangle. The area of the AOMB that lies immediately to the east is part of Sandling Park, a registered historic parkland, but the density of vegetation that exists within that parkland that abuts the triangle is such that views from the AOMB back into that land are very restricted. So yes, it may form geographically a buffer to the AOMB, but in pure practical and character and terms, it doesn't perform that function. And the kind of intensive looking at land like the ACOM study has done, the high level landscape appraisal, our own LVIA has done, concludes that triangle, whilst prominent in some views from the Downs, isn't as sensitive to in the setting of the OMB as first considered. And there's another point here that I sort of touched on a little bit before lunch in my sort of comment before lunch. It is this point about legibility of a settlement and avoiding sprawl. Now, this is a key point in how to mitigate any development, let alone strategic size development that this we're talking about today in views. And that point is that the Hillhurst Triangle lies somewhat close to what it would be the heart of the town, the garden settlement, close to the station, close to that low-lying area I was just talking about. Because of that, there is a need in order to mitigate the effect of settlements in landscapes such as this, to reinforce a legibility to a settlement. For people when looking down onto it, whether that is Folkestone, whether that is Sevenoaks, whether that is Dorking, the people then can look down onto that settlement from the escarpments and in their subconscious acknowledge where the center of that settlement is. It feels natural, it feels like it's organically planned. And that is something that we strove to do throughout our master planning evolving process and working with the council, is to create that legibility of a settlement. And so that Hillhurst Triangle, despite it being land on it being somewhat more prominent than others on that lower lying area, is important to create that legibility. It also has the ability, that land, as do others, of absorbing appropriate mitigation in the form of open space and structural vegetation. So the likes of shelter belts, not shelter belts, sorry, tree belts, which are known in this area, local areas as shores, woodland, copses, hedgerows of trees and hedgerows, etc. We've been at pains throughout the master plan process to include significant amounts of that structural vegetation throughout the development in order to help integrate it best into its setting, particularly concerning views from the North Downs, and particularly in having assessed those. So it is entirely possible that through provision, as the core strategies, policies are dictating at the moment, the draft version, to instill that layering of development and vegetation, open space, development, open space, vegetation, in the right orientation, in the orientation that's generally east-west or south-east, northwest, aligned with the Downs to maximise that. So it's entirely possible that that can be achieved. And I think we'll touch on that with other bullet points. So just rounding off, I appreciate I've been going on some bit of time here, but there is the ability to mitigate this, and just because areas are prominent should not then preclude the development from happening in those locations. I think I've addressed most of the points that Ms. Miller had there, so I hope that's been helpful to respond to those.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to come back in later points under this section to look at how the evidence has informed the I suppose the master planning exercise, and the making particular reference to the diagram in the core strategy review document itself. So one of the points I want to come back to is that particular triangle of land and the proposal there for employment and town centre uses and the potential impact on that. So we'll come back to that. But just before I bring others in, and I think we've probably covered most of the questions I had on this. But in terms of the point you made, Mr. Hilder, about I suppose it's not unusual if you take the Kent Downs AONB as a whole. It's not unusual, or there are certainly other examples where the setting is influenced and views from the AONB are influenced by settlements of some size in some cases. But in this particular area and this particular part of the setting of the AONB and these particular views that would be affected, there isn't an equivalent scale of built urban development in the viewpoints from the AONB. You make the point there are a number of settlements visible, there are scattered buildings, etc., but would you accept that there's nothing on the scale that's envisaged here that is currently in the view or in the setting in this particular part of the AONB? And I suppose it leads on to this kind of associated point, really, in terms of the degree of change, really, to the view and the setting, moving from what is a predominantly open area, which I think is recognised in the reports in front of us, to an area which, notwithstanding the proposals for mitigation, will see some significant change as far as built development is concerned. Mr. Hilder.
Yes, sorry, thanks. So can you repeat that last?
Yeah, sorry, I probably rolled about 3 questions into so let me break that down again, to be fair to you. I think that the first point is that you referred to the AONB as a whole and the fact that there are other examples of views from the AONB and its setting which are influenced by settlements of some size in some cases. But would you accept the point that in this, what we're talking about here is this particular part of the setting of the AONB, and in this particular case, there are currently no such urban areas within that kind of distant view?
Yeah, I think
this would be a significant change to the view for this bit of the setting. Yeah,
there's no doubt that the landscape currently is one of countryside and agricultural land, peppered though with key blocks of established development, particularly along the transport corridor. So not only the motorway and the high-speed rail line and the standard rail line themselves, the movement, noise, lighting from those situations, but also the motorway service station that exists in this area, the highways agency gritting depot, whatever you call it, in this location as well, and the motorway junction itself. Added to that, the settlements of Stamford and Western Hanger, etc., but also then on the Greensand Ridge itself, you have the industrial park, Link Park, on the old airfield site, and the scale and size of the buildings upon it, which are reflective somewhat of the aircraft hangars that once were there, but nevertheless are large in scale. So whilst it is predominantly agricultural and countryside, there's no doubt, and there would be then fundamental change to that as a result of the development. It's not completely affected by development or by human habitation in the past. And I think it is a landscape which has always been, by virtue of its low-lying nature in the Vale of Holmesdale here, the bottom of that, and the sides of the Green Sand Ridge, that it's always been settled. And that's reflective of the fact that throughout time, it's rich time depth of the castle that exists there. Before that, the Roman villa that has been uncovered during these works, the airfield, as I said, let alone the settlements. It's one of perpetual change in terms of settlement. So yes, it's countryside, yes, it's agricultural, but it is settled. It's what we call settled landscape. And by both viewing it from the downs, both viewing it more intimately when you're within it, you get that sense. It's not by any means predominantly open or tranquil or exclusive to be any of those things. It definitely has that settled landscape. So yes, in answer to your question, fundamental change for sure, but not to one that's in a landscape that is already, but in one into which the landscape has already clearly been settled over time. So there isn't that scale. I think that's an important point, though, that there isn't a development in the view so that is always apparent in views from the downs, that there isn't a settlement of equivalent size in such views. If there was, then you would draw in the elements of coalescence between settlements and the sense of sprawl. So what we're hoping to create here, and what we certainly believe that the policies that have been drafted in the core strategy are dictating, is a self-sustaining, and I use that in the landscape sense of the term, the green infrastructure sense of the term, the self-sustaining settlement, which has robust and defensible boundaries around it that preclude then further sprawl outward from it. So it is self-sustaining. It looks, as it appears, which is a really important point, as a town with a legible centre and sub-legible satellite sub-centres around within it, that and a robust edge to it, that it feels like one of those other settlements which, you say, clearly people value in views from the escarpment of the downs elsewhere. But I'm going to make one further point just on setting, and I think it is important that we're talking about the setting here. We're not talking about land within the OMB, we're talking about land outside of the OMB, but within its setting, which is important too. But just to make the point, the OMB unit have produced a really helpful document called the Setting Position Statement in 2018. I take you and your colleagues' point earlier on at the start of today about not bringing in other evidence, but it is a document which is important because the OMB unit have written it, and they've written it in 2018 in full acknowledgement of the garden settlements evolution. We have referenced that in the landscape and visual impact assessment work that we've done, and it draws out the position statement of the AOMB, draws out those aspects of design which it feels developments should demonstrate in order to, ideally and in principle, I appreciate it's all site specific, but in principle, which elements should be included within developments to make them in principle acceptable in the setting of the OMB, such as care over the orientation and the site layouts, care over the height and scale and massing of structures, elements again that, as I said to you, we are producing and responding positively to, that we also believe that the core strategies policies are also asking us to do that. It took the other aspects that this setting position statement of the OMB asks for, should development be in the setting, is for there to be appropriate densities of development that allow for significant tree planting between buildings. We're creating 40% of this land to be green infrastructure. Whilst that won't all be planted with trees, a fair proportion of it will, and where those trees will go will be orientated in respect of views from the downs. That's one of the primary responses of where structural planting that is appropriate in these localized characterful shawls and copses will be located. It's both where there would be developments more prominent when seen from the escarpment of the downs. the setting position statement goes on to list out consideration of land uses and heritage assets around it. Well, then again, we have shown, and the growth options study reports also show, large open spaces such as around Castle, key heritage assets, and we've expanded that now to other heritage assets such as the Roman villa and other aspects. So significant open spaces which respect the heritage. The AONB unit talk to aspects of colours and materials and non-reflective surfaces, and that's really important. That should development be allowed here in future, that when seen you don't get the reflective glare back to the downs, and the design codes that the core strategy seeks and the design and access statements, they're all things that can come through in that.
Sorry, just to stop you there. I want to come on in due course to look at I suppose more detailed aspects and issues in terms of mitigation measures. So if we can perhaps come back to that. Just getting back to I suppose the broader issue in terms of the landscape assessments, etc. Just one final point, and then I'll bring others in who are keen to talk at this point. In terms of the motorway and the HS1 railway line, the phase 2 report itself, I can't find the specific paragraph number, but it does say this. It essentially accepts the point that, or makes the point rather, that from the north, from the AONB, that the motorway and the railway line are not prominent, in fact largely hidden from views for various reasons to do with topography, screening, etc. So in terms of the change to the view and the change to the landscape and the setting of the AONB, you were previously making some points there about, I suppose, the settled nature and some urbanizing influences on the setting. But as far as the motorway and the railway line are concerned, the report itself makes the point that they are not currently a large visual influence on the setting from that perspective, at least from the higher ground to the north. Just if you could reflect on that particular point.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, by virtue of them being a ribbon of built form through the landscape and not buildings per se, no, they're not visually prominent. In the sense that, say, in comparison to the Link Park industrial estate, for example. However, the appreciation here that we're trying to find with regards to the setting of the AONB is, and this is why the landscape and visual impact assessment is called such, it's landscape and visual impact assessment, insofar that it's not purely about the view, it's about the character of the landscape. And the character of this landscape is one which, say, is settled, and that is evident by the location of the motorway, the high-speed one, the local railway, etc. And whilst those elements aren't as prominent as other developments in the views, your people's association with the motorway service station, the highways agency, maintenance depot, are clear indications that motorway and the junction itself, junction 11 itself, with the lighting and the roundabouts around it, they're all visible elements, which then lead one, somewhat subconsciously, I suppose, to associate the presence of more. But then just moving around the landscape, which people do, whether they are living there, they're visiting it, or they are even just moving along the escarpments of the downs, which winds its way in and out and gives you an array of different angled views. Because of that, you do then get the appreciation of those elements within your journeys through the landscape. So you might not get it at static points, but you certainly do if you are living there, you're visiting it, and because of that, and because of the fact that it's not just down to the view, but it's down to the landscape character, informed by those things, that they are elements which need to be considered when you're reflecting on how or how little this landscape is already settled or in abeyance in that sense. I hope that helps.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'll bring other people in to make points. I can first of all bring in Mrs. Harman, please.
Thank you, sir. I'm hoping this is the right place.
Yeah, I'm having some difficulty hearing. I'm having some difficulty hearing you, Mrs. Harman.
Oh, is that better?
Me or
is that better?
That's better. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm hoping this is the right place to ask about lighting. Aldington is in a dark sky zone, and one of the continual battles we have is in managing lighting, particularly as new people move into an area and development takes place, and expectations of lighting are very different from the rural communities that have been here for quite a while. I wanted to know how this development proposed, which is adjacent, addresses the issue of lighting, because already in Aldington, as we look out, we have light pollution created by the junction 10A, which wasn't there previous but is there now as a nice glow. My fear is that we will have a glow on the other side now. Thank you.
Okay. It's perhaps something to do with under the next point, really, which is looking at the master planning and mitigation issues. But I'm not sure that I'll perhaps just rest that idea there for the council to give some thought to. Excuse me, for when we move on to the next point. If you have a response to that, that perhaps gives you some time to think about that one. But we'll come back to that, Mrs. Harman. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Eden, please.
Thank you. It's been a while since I made my note, but I'll try and remember what I wanted to say. I think I'm going to offer this as a view of a sort of somebody who lives locally. I've been here 20 years, and I've been listening to lots of opinion about impact on landscape and views, and much of it to do with views out of the AONB. From my point of view, the most important and the most spiritually lifting views are when you drive down something like Otterpool Lane and you are looking across the close landscape of the hill you're on. You're looking across the mid landscape of the racecourse lands and on beyond to the downs themselves. And those views are also available from the run of the A20. Those views are really very important. Now, there's a sort of implication in what's being said is that if this development were to go ahead, then you wouldn't, it could be mitigated. You wouldn't be able to see it very much. And I think that's sort of dishonest in a way. I don't think it's dishonest because I don't think it's achievable. Development changes things, and certainly as a group, we are not anti-development. We've promoted development in a number of places, but it's to do with it. In doing that, we've always sought to understand what it is you lose, as well as what it is you can do. And I think that's the important thing. This landscape, the views of it are crucial. It's not an unscarred landscape. We know that. And if I've stood on Farthing Common and I've tried to spot where I used to live, and I've never managed to do it. The development which is there is integrated into the landscape and it disappears. What I've always been able to see is Link Park, and Link Park is not. It's not an encouragement to do more. It's a warning, and I think that's the message which I really think has to be put across. This is a one-off, once in a lifetime opportunity to not do the wrong thing. That's sort of where I am. I mean, it's a local view, and I know it's shared widely. These views are important, and it's absolutely critical. It's been protected for a long time, and it shouldn't simply be wished away because there is something which looks far better on plan than it does in reality. If you haven't been able to take a view around the area, then I really think you should do. I know it was important to Mr. Hetherington in his assessment of the previous core strategy.
Yeah, thank you. Just to confirm, it's been raised a couple of times. Yes, Mr. Milam and I were fortunate enough to come down to Folkestone and have a look around in the autumn, which seems a long time ago now. But we certainly had a good look around.
Which lifetime was that? Yes, I hope it was a sunny day, because that's when it's at its best. But it's pretty good in the winter as well.
As I recall, it was, I think the weather was mixed, but we did have some sunshine. But so yes, just to confirm, we did take the opportunity to have a good look around, particularly around the New Garden settlement area, but also the district more widely. So yeah,
I thought that would be the case, but I'm pleased to have it confirmed. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Horner.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure I'm next in the queue, but I have to say, in connection with things that Mr. Hilder was saying, when I read this contention that it's all right to have a town just off the North Downs because there are existing towns like that and people actually go up to the North Downs to look at them, I had to laugh. Those towns are there because of historical reasons, and yes, some of the best viewpoints on the North Downs look out over those towns, but that doesn't mean to say that that makes it a better view than it would have been if the towns weren't there. And also those towns have been there for centuries, as has been pointed out, and they've grown into the landscape. They've got vegetation through them. It's a very different proposition to taking a bare piece of countryside and making a town on it. So I do hope that you'll give that argument very little weight in making your assessment of this this core strategy review. But since then, I mean, I read that in their submissions and I just had to respond to that. But what I've heard in the last 15 minutes from Mr. Hilder astonishes me. I mean, he talks about not wanting sprawl. And to my mind, what is proposed here is the very definition of sprawl. It's filling up an area of countryside between Lymm, Weston Hanger, which I'm sorry to say hasn't come up in the conversations yet, but it's going to be completely surrounded by this new town, to Barrow Hill and Sellinge. This is sprawl. And if he doesn't like sprawl, I don't understand how he can support this, this proposal. Not only that, he's suggesting that this is going to have, I'm going to say, put words into his mouth, visible, but he talks about defensible boundaries around it and robust edges. I mean, the view from the North Downs is going to be across, let's say, Barrow Hill, with parts of Otterpool Park beyond it. It's going to be across Weston Hanger with parts of Otterpool Park beyond it. I don't understand how he can talk about robust edges, or even that the development in this so-called Weston Hanger triangle around Hillhurst Farm is going to mitigate against sprawl. I don't get that argument.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horner. Ms. Miller, can I bring you back in?
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to provide clarification in response to your question to Mr. Hilder on the current views out from the escarpment above the proposed allocated site. And that is just to confirm that between Etching Hill and Y, at present, the views out are pretty much unspoilt. There is no large-scale urban form, certainly neither the motorway nor the railway are visible to any extent. Neither is the motorway service station. The one exception to that is, as already has been mentioned, is the Link Park Industrial Estate, which unfortunately is very visible, and the harm of that in views out from the AONB is very apparent if you were to walk anywhere along the escarpment. The harm is well, it's not good, and it's probably exacerbated, unfortunately, by the form of the building being an industrial development, which sort of reiterates the concerns I raised earlier about having industrial employment development on the Western Hanger Triangle. And just while I'm on, I'd also like to reiterate the comments made by both Mr. Eden and Mr. Horn in terms of views back towards the AONB. That is an important factor which should also be taken account, as explained by Mr. Eden, coming down Otterpool Lane and also along the entirety of the A20. The North Downs is a pretty remarkable feature. You can see it. You can see just what an important landscape element it is, and the importance of views towards the North Downs escarpment. That is something that is referred to in the setting position statement that Mr. Hilda mentioned was published by the AONB unit. Also, one final point, I would agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Horn that in terms of views out over settlements, larger towns elsewhere from the AONB, these are all settlements that have developed over, in most cases, many hundreds of years. They've developed historically and pretty much organically, but what we're talking about here will be developed over a period of, I understand, approximately 25 years. So we are talking about a different sort of growth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hilda, you wish to speak?
Thanks. Yes, and thank you for the other contributors as well. Just addressing those, yeah, Mr. Eden and Mr. Miller and Ms. Miller's views, sorry, could find a different word there, views on views back into there would be, I totally agree, are important. And they do form, as Ms. Miller said, part of the AONB unit's setting position statement in respect of aspects that should be included within or taken into consideration when planning developments to make those that are within the setting of the AONB in principle acceptable. We and our planning, we are doing that. We are acknowledging where, in terms of our master plan evolution, where those the most important views, such as down Otterpool Lane, exist, and the text within the core strategy, is asking us to do that too, to make sure that those aspects, and in regards to the setting of MB, are enshrined into the planning of the development. So I think that's a valid point. Mr. Eden also questioned whether or not the development could be screened, and that's never something that I said would be possible nor desirable entirely. My point was that just because there is indivisibility between the scheme is visible should not preclude it happening. We cannot pretend that this development of this size can be screened, and that's never been the intention or what we have implied. So apologies if I did imply that, but that certainly wasn't my implication. Yes, and I do take his point. Link Park is a warning on how not to do things. I think that's a very good point. The scale of the development, as I said in my monologue earlier, the development of Link Park is, I believe, a historic remnants of the aircraft hangars, or likewise, that existed as when it was an airfield, and the industrial estate have taken the size of those and developed it for their own purposes in a prominent location atop the Greensand Ridge. The core strategy wording, the growth options report, are all seeking lower density, more lower and intimate, lower buildings and more intimate integration of them into the landscape on those prominent locations on top of the Greensand Ridge. None of what we're proposing, either, as I said, to reiterate, will break the skyline in such views from the North Downs escarpment. Mr. Horner saying that, and Ms. Miller were taking issue somewhat with my implication that towns in the views from Downs. I'm not either implicating that towns make a better view. I agree, but and nevertheless, sorry, make a better view. What is really imperative to do with this point about those existing towns have been grown organically. I totally get that, and that is what the placemaking principles, place shaping principles that are in policy SS7 are trying to get or will get the garden settlement to achieve, is a settlement. Quite clearly, it will not appear as historically organically grown as the likes of Sevenoaks or Ashford or Dorking or Reigate, etc. But that are in the lee of the Downs. But by the place shaping principles will impose upon the development the legibility, clear legibility of a town centre with slightly larger buildings, taller buildings, so you can see where the centre is grown from, the slightly taller satellite centres of the different neighbourhoods around that, and then the open spaces that exist and help to create those distinctive, characterful neighbourhoods, which are so important to a settlement of this size. Having those individual neighbourhoods, which are clearly apparent, have different character. That's all set out in the place shaping principle policy of SS7 on the need for that. And that's something that we advocate as a master planning team and feel is achievable. And that is also why we disagree with. So we want to avoid and feel we can avoid the notion of sprawl by creating elements which have distinct purpose, a centre, the area around it, neighbourhood centres, the area around those. It will not appear a sprawl, and the defensible boundaries around it, they're not there as screening. They're there to prevent further development beyond the boundaries, which could be perceived as sprawl. They're there to physically contain, not necessarily visually, but physically contain the settlements. So that's why I talked of those. So hopefully that addresses some of the points that were raised. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Honey.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I just wanted to come back on some of those points there. I won't be too long, but just quickly to respond to the issue of the ACOM landscape assessment and the guidance it followed. It is quite clear in the methodology that it did follow the guidelines for landscape and visual assessment, 3rd edition, also an approach to landscape character assessment and the landscape character assessment guidance for England and Scotland. And I'm heartened, I wasn't previously aware, but I'm heartened to hear from Mr. Hilder that other landscape specialists have independently assessed it and found its conclusions to be valid, which is good to hear. But that's not terribly surprising, given that it was produced in line with those best practice guidelines. The second point I wanted to talk about was about the Western Hanger Triangle, which was mentioned previously. And again, in response to Ms. Miller's points, I mean, I agree it's a sensitive location, and that's exactly why in our final conclusions in the map of, figure 51, it is a location where it's suitable for development only with appropriate mitigation and not simply suitable for development. So that point has been taken into account. As with all other locations, extensive site visits were carried out with landscape specialists. And again, in line with the kind of independent and honest assessment that we carried out, we did indeed mention the potential for employment development that might have higher roof lines in that location needing to be treated sensitively. And that did underlie our approach to recommending mitigation in that location. With the expectation, of course, that having made that point, it would then be taken forward by those master planning in detail, which Mr. Hilder does appear to have done just that. Moving on to the point about the view of Sellinge and Brabourne-Lees, the figure, sorry, I don't have the number in front of me, but the photograph in our report, I think the point there wasn't necessarily about scale. Of course, we would accept that the scale of development proposed here would be significantly larger than the existing villages of Sellinge and Brabourne-Lees, but the point is much more about landscaping and mitigation, in the sense that it's all very well for us as planning specialists to say this land is suitable with appropriate mitigation, but without illustrating what appropriate mitigation might look like, that's less meaningful. And so the rationale for including those is to show how the existing landscape, including tree cover, vegetation, and so forth, does have this extremely strong softening approach. And so the purpose of including those was to demonstrate exactly what appropriate mitigation might look like. It's certainly accepted that the scale of development would be larger, although again, I would dispute that it's not necessarily the case that the development we're talking about here would necessarily be significantly higher density than the existing villages. In fact, I think if you look at our density tables towards the back, you will find that some of the densities we're talking about are town-wide densities that are not, extremely high in any case. I think also this moves on to Mr. Horner's point about how the existing towns visible from the AONB ridgeline do have a degree of softening because they have developed over time. And again, this is back to that point about appropriate mitigation and about using landscaping in a sort of intelligent way. I would reject any kind of characterization that the reports that we authored would have any the results of developing on the basis of our reports would result in sprawl. That's precisely the point of the spatial opportunities and constraints criterion that we use throughout. The very purpose of that assessment is to establish defensible boundaries beyond which development should not encroach, and as a result to come up with a reasonably compact area for development. That criterion is specifically aimed at avoiding characteristics of sprawl, such as ribbon development along roads and so forth. I would also point out that the spatial opportunities and constraints criterion does take into account the National Planning Policy Framework, the NPPF, its requirement, although it doesn't specifically use the word sprawl, its requirement to respect the local character and history of settlements. So again, that informed our approach in terms of spatial opportunities and constraints, for example, ensuring no coalescence of Sellinge or limb and so on. And then the final point I just wanted to make, again, in response to what Ms. Miller says, is that yes, building on what Mr. Hilder said, of course, there will be intervisibility between the AONB and any new development, but we do have to look at this in the round, and it is worth, again, pointing out that there are beneficial impacts of the development, such as removing existing elements in the landscape, such as Link Park has been mentioned with its non-native planting, the tall racecourse stands at Folkestone at the former racecourse. And then, of course, that has associated heritage impacts, which I won't go into now, but I think is on the agenda. So I just wanted to make those points. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, probably an opportune... Sorry, I must bring Mr. Horner first. I was just going to say we'll probably take a break in a short while, and then what I'd like to do is move on more specifically to look at how the evidence base has informed the design principles and the master planning. We'll be coming back to a number of points that we've already raised, but I just wanted to go into them in a little bit more detail. Just give Mr. Horner a chance to speak before we take a break. Then, Mr. Horner.
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, what I'm hearing now is that there seems to be a tension between, is Otterpool Park supposed to be a town with a single identity and connectivity such that people who live there feel they are living in a separate town from Sellinge, Lynn, Stanford? Or is it envisaged as a series of, to use that word again, defensible neighbourhoods with perhaps green space in between them, as a series of villages, because to date we've been sold this as a new community, but it's overlapping with existing communities. And then from the landscape point of view, we're told that it's not going to be, it's going to be separated. It's going to be, there isn't going to be this sprawly connection between these new neighbourhoods and the existing neighbourhoods. And I don't quite understand how the developers and the council intend to square that circle.
Okay. I think in the interest of moving things along, it's perhaps something we can pick up just after the break. I mean, I think that perhaps can be related back to the question of mitigation and what that mitigation is in landscape terms. But again, perhaps give the council some time to ponder that.
Whilst you're doing that, I just draw attention to policy SS6 and part 1, paragraphs D, and E.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Redden, quick point before the break. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's very quick. I've just heard somebody say that it was trying to avoid coalescence of the villages, and just looking back again at figure 51 in the growth studies report, I haven't seen a plan recently that looks much more like coalescence than that actually suggests. It connects Lymm, it connects Western Hanger, it connects Barrow Hill, and Barrow Hill is part of Sellinge. So I hear a lot of words, but a lot of the pictures don't in fact match the words. That's all.
Thank you for that. Okay. You can tell I'm desperate for a break. Mr. Honey, very quickly.
Thank you, sir. I'll be very brief. It's just to say that I think it's probably worth reviewing the text around page 51 that should help give the answer to that query.
Okay, thank you. Good. Okay, we'll take a break. As I said, we'll move on after the break to the next bullet point, which more specifically looks at how the evidence base relating to landscape as an impact on the AONB setting has been used in terms of design principles and master planning. We'll pick up some of the issues in relation to mitigation and indeed the concepts of different neighbourhoods or one uniform settlement, as it were, which have been raised in recent comments. Okay, so we'll take a break. If we can resume at 10 to 4, so 3:50. Thank you. Okay, thank you. We'll resume the hearing session. Just give a few moments where you want to return. Okay, thank you. As I said before, we'll move on now to look at how the evidence base has informed the land use design principles and the master planning exercise. So, taking the evidence base that we've been discussing earlier, I suppose the culmination of that is the approach towards, particularly in relation to the New Garden settlement, in relation to Area B, and the division of that area into what are essentially three categories as far as the studies are concerned. First of all, land suitable for strategic scale development. Secondly, land suitable for strategic scale development with appropriate mitigation. And then thirdly, land to be maintained as strategic open space. So first question for the council, really, I suppose in simple terms, the distinction between those three categories of land within that wider area, and what's the basis for that distinction between the three categories just referred to? If I can bring the council in.
Yes, it follows on from the findings of the growth options part 2 work, and we have kind of translated that into figure 4.5 in the plan, really, keeping those categories of land. It follows from a discussion we've had earlier, really, about intervisibility with the AONB, and the identification of land more suitable for development within that. The diagram also reflects some consultation comments, for example, from Historic England, who have sought a more prominent approach to the south from Western Hanger Castle. In terms of mitigation, I think you could look at.
Mr. Toft, if I can just pause you there a second, Mr. Toft.
Sorry,
just going back to the growth options study, part 2, phase 2 rather. The three categories, you made the point there, and just to clarify that the situation, the distinction between the three areas, i.e. those to be kept as open space, those to be that can be developed, and those that can be developed with appropriate mitigation. I appreciate there's perhaps other factors such as historic environment issues, but the predominant factor in the distinction there is the sensitivity in landscape terms, and particularly the effect on the setting of the AONBs. Is that fair to say?
Yes, so, that would be fair to say. Plus also, how it could. How the areas of open space could fit together into a sort of cohesive development. Yeah, and the mitigation there is, is predominantly planting, but I think mitigation will be carried out over the whole development as well, so it wouldn't just be related to certain areas.
Okay.
And could cover a number of different factors.
Okay, I'll come on to mitigation more specifically in a moment, but the distinction between areas for strategic scale development and areas for development with mitigation is based on a different impact on the setting of the AONB, particularly from the northern view. It brings us on to, I suppose, the relationship between the evidence base in the growth options study and what's in the core strategy review, and particularly diagram figure 4.5. If we can first of all just take what's been referred to in various terms, but the triangle of land to the east of Western Hanger. So in the growth options study on page phase 2 report, figure 51, which summarises things. So that's shown as an area suitable for strategic scale development with appropriate mitigation. So, and as we've discussed before, the evidence points to that being one of the more sensitive, relatively more sensitive areas in terms of the impact on the setting of the AONB. So it's been raised already, but just to highlight this question to you, the relationship between that and the figure 4.5, which focuses town centre uses and the business hub on that particular area, in addition to some neighbourhoods with landscape mitigation. Just an explanation of the rationale for that, particularly in bearing in mind the concerns that the nature of business employment related development in particular is often likely to be of a larger scale and perhaps more significant heights involved in terms of building. So the question is raised really in terms of the relationship between the evidence base, which points to that being one of the more sensitive parts of the whole area, and the proposal that would incorporate development of buildings perhaps of a larger scale than elsewhere, the rationale for that.
Yeah, the evidence base did identify it as a possible location for employment development close to the junction of the motorway, and it says in the growth options report, page 46, it's indivisible but can be mitigated. And the intention behind the town centre was to create a viable town centre for the new development within easy walking distance of Western Hanger Station. So that is the reason for those areas being identified on the indicative strategy. Part of it is highlighted as being suitable for neighbourhood with landscape mitigation. Perhaps to make it clearer, the graphic could show the mitigation continuing over the employment hub as well, just to make that clearer.
Yeah, if we can just stick with the landscape evidence, as it were, in terms of the sensitivity, the relative sensitivity of different parcels of land within the larger area B. It's clearly identified as one of those areas on figure 51, for example, where because it's regarded as needing appropriate mitigation, the inference must be that it's one of the more sensitive parts of the whole area. Just I suppose, as I said before, that the rationale of focusing what might generally be regarded as larger scale development, larger buildings, perhaps taller buildings on that particular location, compared with other locations which have been identified as being less sensitive.
It is identified as sensitive, but the report does talk at page 67 about it being in middle distance views beyond the motorway service area, and talks about it as being, possibly suitable for employment sort of generating uses. So it was really taking that from the growth options report and trying to represent that graphically on figure 4.5.
But its suitability for such uses does not stem from a landscape assessment. It stems from other factors. So, for example, proximity to transport network, etc. So it's not a landscape derived solution, is it? It's a more to do with its location in relation to the transport network, presumably.
Yeah, there is that aspect, but it wasn't identified as being unsuitable for development. It was identified as being suitable for development with mitigation, which is what we'd tried to show on the figure there.
Yeah, just would you acknowledge though the concern that the form of development which would be more likely, I appreciate we're talking about the master planning exercise and an allocation rather than detailed proposals, but the concept of a business hub and town centre development would suggest at least buildings of a larger scale and perhaps of a greater height, and therefore perhaps more prominent in views.
Yeah, I mean, possibly. I think a lot will depend on what kind of units are put forward for that particular part of the site, but and also what we're trying to do in the policies is to specify a high quality of development of materials and avoiding reflectivity and these kinds of issues. So I think it's about more than just mass, but.
Well, the policy SS6 in terms of employment development, for example, talks about approximately 36,700 square meters of employment floor space, B use classes. So the inference there must be at least that there would be some larger scale buildings involved in that.
Yeah, but that would be also to a certain extent spread out in other places across the site, so it's not as though it would all be concentrated in that one location.
Okay. And we'll perhaps come on to mitigation in relation to residential areas, but in terms of specific mitigation that would be involved in that particular part of the New Garden settlement.
I think in terms of mitigation, there's a number of aspects to it. One of them is that advanced planting, for example, as is set out in policy SS7. Also, it's about the quality of the development, and we tried through the policies to specify a high quality of and a distinctive palette of building materials, drawing on local distinctiveness and palette and tone, for example, as is set out in Kent Downs AONB guidance. External lighting, so it's trying to minimise the impacts of external lighting, for example, through policy SS7, and there are also policies in the local plan to do with reducing the impact of lighting in the AONB and in the setting of the AONB. So I would say that mitigation, is a combination of many different factors, from avoiding development in the most prominent places to reducing the impact of it to remediating it, in the treatment of external areas and surfaces and roofscape and that kind of thing.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Honey.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I just wanted to point out that obviously at the scale of assessment that the ACOM report could do, clearly each logical area of land for assessment can only have a kind of single judgment, suitable with mitigation or suitable or not suitable. And so just to clarify that while the judgment for the whole of that triangle is quite rightly suitable with appropriate mitigation, I think the more detailed master planning, and I think this is mentioned in the report, would probably need to recognise that the further north and east in that triangle, the more easy it is to mitigate because of the impact of the motorway junction and the HS1 rail line, firstly, and second of all, because the land is lower and therefore less visible from the AONB in any case.
Why wasn't that more detailed assessment done through the growth option study? I'm conscious of the fact that if we take figure 51 as the basis for the discussion here, there are some quite specifically defined areas, and indeed some excuse me, some smaller areas falling into different categories. So was it necessarily the case that the whole of that triangle had to be categorized under one description?
Well, no, not necessarily, because as you can see, there were other we were free to draw the line where we wished. Equally, though, this goes back to the point about the ACOM study being just one piece of the wider supply side jigsaw of evidence-based studies. And so quite rightly, at the time that we did the study, we were aware that our conclusions would be built upon by more detailed master planning. And clearly that this figure alone is not the basis for master planning. It's this figure in the context of the text that supports it across the whole report as a whole.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Hilda.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate and expand a bit on what Mr. Hunt has alluded to there, is that since the growth option studies were prepared, as you'd imagine, master planning has occurred to certain degrees on that triangle area, that parcel, and furthermore intimate studies of its topography and its land use, current land use, its current relationship with the AONB immediately to the east, for example, have been explored. So the figure 4.5 reflects that in a collaborative approach that has been had with regards to informing the core strategy with updated and more detailed surveys and understanding of the site, as you'd expect. That area, so therefore the area that is alongside the railway in that triangle, the north portion of it, as Mr. Honey was saying, is topographically lower. It also sits somewhat southwards and behind the existing vegetative belt that exists along the southern portion of the railway. And it also sits around the farmstead of Hillhurst Farm. As Mr. Tofts was mentioning there, policy SS7 and others seeks the development should respect the land use and the character of the areas. So insofar that the industrial development or commercial development, I should say, in that area, mixed with other land uses, would reflect to a degree elements of that Hillhurst farmstead in respect of its brick, its distinctive brick structures, and its barns scale development, the barn scale buildings that are already there, and of course the fact it sits in close relation to not only the railway but also the motorway service station on the direct northern side of the railway. So in summary, it's that further evolution of understanding of the site that is somewhat reflected in that evolution of these indicative graphics, which indicates that commercial development in that part of Hillhurst Triangle. Whereas the land to the southern portion of it, where land starts to rise up and plateau as you get to the bottom of that triangle, the southern portion of that triangle, is still very much such that it would require that more advanced, sorry, not advanced, that more greater degree of landscape mitigation.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Miller?
Thank you. Just with due respect to Mr. Hilda's response there, a lot more of that triangle is visible in my mind than what he's just indicated. On New Year's Day, I completed a walk across the 3 different public rights of way that cross that land, and I can confirm that the vast majority of the triangle is visible. The exception being the part of the site at the very northern end, adjacent to the railway, but within no time at all, the more southerly part is, and it's certainly the visible parts of the site certainly include parts of the area indicated for both the business hub and the town centre uses. It's only the very, very northerly parts of the triangle that are screened from the AONB.
Okay.
I think I'd also raised concerns, but maybe this is a matter we'll discuss further along. We have concerns that the criteria set out, the specific detailed criteria in the policies, aren't specific enough in terms of mitigating impacts to the AONB should the principle be found acceptable of development here. Mr. Toffs has spoken about reflectivity, for example, but there isn't reference to that in the policy wording. We also would raise queries as to whether an employment development of this scale would be built in brick and be of individual buildings of comparable scale to the existing farmstead at Hillhurst Farm. And given the scale of proposed employment development, I find it difficult to believe that we'll be looking at smaller scale individual buildings that might be easier to mitigate the quantity of employment development proposed in this location is such that we have concerns that it would involve much larger scale buildings, which I think are probably less likely to be brick constructed, and also, as I mentioned earlier, have a larger roofscape and floor plan.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Horner.
Yes, can I just point out in passing that the emerging plan for the town centre doesn't go to the east of Stone Street, as is indicated on figure 4.5. We raised this point in our Regulation 19 submission. It would just be good at some stage to get that that figure coordinated with the emerging plan from the developer, which I think has more support, certainly within my neighbourhood, than the plan shown on figure 4.5. Now, whether that means an increase in the amount of land to the east of Stone Street allocated to industrial use, I don't know. But I think it's something that ought to be sorted out before the plan is approved.
Okay, I think that's a common issue where we have an illustrative or an indicative diagram in a plan, as I said before, running alongside a live planning application, which often they're not exactly exactly matched up. But that's perhaps something, you know, is a detailed issue we can come back to.
Yes. Yes, so I think the principle is important, though, in the whether or not the town centre does go to the east of Stone Street. It goes to the phasing as well, and to the extent of the town centre between the existing settlement of Weston Hanger and Weston Hanger Castle. It's quite different in essence.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, if we can move on specifically to the question of mitigation and how that will be achieved. As far as we understand, one of the key elements, obviously, in terms of mitigation is additional planting and landscaping, as well as the layout and the distribution of built developments. But I suppose in terms of the practicalities here and the timing and phasing, perhaps the council could just outline how you see that happening. So, for example, or specifically rather, the areas shown on the diagrams where development can take place, but with mitigation. How will that be achieved, and what is the approach towards the timing and phasing of that? So I suppose the key element would be in terms of additional landscaping and planting works, and how will that be phased in relation to anticipated timescales for built development?
Yes, it will be a phased development, and I think tomorrow we were going to talk more about the phasing and the delivery, but we would envisage advanced planting coming along with each of the phases. It's not solely, as I tried to say, it's not solely about advanced planting, but mitigation covers a number of things such as layout, height and scale of structures, and also things like use of colours and materials, roofscape, etc. What we tried to do, and I take the point that some people feel that the policy isn't detailed enough, but what we try to do is put hooks in the policy into guidance published elsewhere by the Kent Downs AONB unit. So that was our thinking in the policies.
Okay. So if we take the specific issue of advanced planting, what timescales are envisaged for that, and what mechanisms are envisaged to ensure that that's planted and presumably given time to mature to a sufficient degree?
I need to consult with colleagues here, but I think it's set out in our joint delivery statement. So if you forgive me.
Yep, that's fine.
If you look on page 30.
So whilst the officers are looking at the infrastructure delivery documents,
yeah.
Your question obviously raises two aspects. One of those is the evidence base, which supports the allocation, and how mitigation has influenced the allocation. The other is how the policies are going to work,
yeah.
In terms of making sure that mitigation is delivered and delivered in a timely way. And so in terms of the one issue you've identified, policy SS7 deals with the landscape-led approach, and B1, as you are aware, refers specifically to advance woodland planting and habitat creation to benefit later phases of development. Quite clearly, if one turns back to SS6, and this is one of the problems with having several policies in relation to one allocation. It requires a master plan to be provided and approved. And in the second main paragraph, as outlined, planning permission will be granted for a comprehensive proposal that is supported by a master plan prepared by the site promoters. The master plan shall be prepared in partnership, etc., with stakeholders, partner organizations, local people and interest groups. And this is it, include a detailed phasing and delivery strategy. Now, quite clearly, that strategy will have to include issues relating to landscape mitigation, as well as all the other matters, including its timing. So it's a matter that will have to be approved. So looking at the mechanics, the policy provides a mechanism, although we might think upon mature reflection that it might be strengthened somewhat in places and linked through to SS7. But it certainly provides a mechanism whereby the advanced planting can be provided and sequenced, because it requires a detailed phasing and delivery strategy. Now, that's not just the built development, it's every element of the development. And so that could be doubly specified actually in that paragraph and cross-reference to SS7.
Yeah.
Having looked at these policies myself, I think they can be brought together more comprehensively. I'm not suggesting that we bring the policies together, but we need to cross-reference and make it absolutely clear, for example, what the master plan and the phasing and delivery strategy should comprise. So, and we could specify these matters. So, assuming therefore that the mechanisms can be incorporated appropriately into the policy or policies, the question then is whether you are, and this is where your question I know is founded, is whether or not actually the evidence base supports the allocation in terms of the mitigation that is able to be brought to bear through the proposal and the indicative allocation that's been assessed. In that regard, you will have obviously you will have regard to the way the policies will be structured, because we're dealing with this at policy level, at plan level. And also the fact that in terms of advanced works, there will be ample funding available via the council to make sure that any necessary mitigation that needs to be provided at the beginning, in order for it to mature appropriately to fulfill its mitigation functions during the later stages of development, can be provided, and you can be confident that the funds will be there to do that, as we'll be discussing tomorrow. So that may not answer your question directly, but looking at it holistically, I think the policies can be made to work effectively in terms of providing the necessary mitigation as part of the development management process in due course.
Thank you. Mr. Tofts, I think you were going to have a look at the joint delivery statement to see if that shed any further light on it. It may or may not have done, but yeah.
I can't find the plan I was after in it, I'm afraid. But
okay, thank you. In terms of the phasing, as you just said, Mr. Sheriving, we're looking at delivery, etc. tomorrow. But I suppose as a general question, the relationship between the phasing or the intended phasing of the whole New Gardens settlement and how that fits in with the evidence base as far as landscape, the impact on the setting of the A and B, for example. I suppose in simple terms, is it the case that it's the intention that development will be phased to start with those areas, or to be focused at least on those areas that don't require that level of mitigation? Suppose logically to give more time for that mitigation to take effect, for example, in terms of additional planting.
I need to take instructions on that because I can't honestly answer that with any degree of certainty at the moment, but that's something which we will take up this evening.
Yeah.
Before we come on to discuss phasing, etc. It's an important point. But in that context, if we're looking at policy SS6, and I mentioned before the break, section 1, paragraphs D and E. D, within the early phases, development shall provide homes in neighbourhoods located in and around the town centre, well connected to the centre by walking, cycling, public transport, etc. Now, the reason for that is fairly obvious, I suppose. It's to make sure that the initial development is supported by appropriate infrastructure and is in itself sustainable, pending the development of the greater area in due course. And then it goes on to say any additional neighbourhoods will be master planned in future phases in accordance with SS7.3. So all neighbourhoods will be expected to provide a mix of home typologies with plots provided for custom built and self-built development in accordance with policy SS6. Now, if one considers this in the context of the overall master planning requirement, quite clearly, the master plan is going to have to show the whole area comprising these 6,000 dwellings to be provided within the planned period. It will show some areas in more detail than others, inevitably, because we just don't know exactly how it's going to work out. But we will need to know how the overall allocation is going to work. So the master plan will have to address that in terms of communications, movement, and landscaping and landscape mitigation. So, so the master plan will necessarily have regard to those factors. Sorry, I just can't, just bear with me, I'm getting some noise off here. Sorry. So the master plan will have regard to those factors. And quite clearly, the local planning authority, when it comes to consider the master plan before it goes anywhere near approving proposed development, will need to be satisfied that the mitigation strategy is going to be effective. And so the evidence which supports the application will have to include a landscaping strategy, at least in relation to those areas which it's intended to develop in the first and second stage, which includes the area D, and then moving on to the additional neighbourhoods subsequently. So one must be satisfied at the plan making stage that there is capacity to include landscaping solutions which will provide adequate mitigation without in any way pretending that there's not going to be an impact. There will. The question is whether it can be appropriately mitigated.
Okay, thank you.
I hope that helps. As I say, we may need to look at the way the policies are working with each other. It may be they're not entirely satisfactory at the moment or robust enough to ensure that those outcomes will be achieved.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, as we've said a couple of times, we're coming back to the broader issue of delivery and phasing. So no doubt we'll come back to that particular point. Okay, thank you. Mr. Horner.
Yes, forgive me, I'm not a landscape expert, I'm only a mere engineer. But just picking up on what Mr. Shadrovian has just said, we do have to be satisfied as a community that these mitigations can be put in place and can work, but I've seen nothing yet to suggest that there are mitigations which will be adequate for the size of buildings which are implied by the plan. Is that something that has been spelt out anywhere in the documents, or is it something that we can agree on over this table?
Well, I'm not sure we can agree over this virtual table, or these virtual tables at least anyway. Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty surely in the realms of a more detailed issue, which perhaps is not to be dealt with at this strategic, I suppose, plan making level. It is perhaps more of a detailed implementation issue for any application. I appreciate there is an application.
Yes, I mean, that's what the developers and the council would like us to believe, that this can be punted into the long grass, if you like. But if there aren't any feasible solutions for hiding or whatever needs to be done for a large industrial building, then I would suggest that the plan is unsound.
Okay. Just on that specific point, do the council see any scope or any necessity to perhaps be more specific about the forms of mitigation and the implementation of it, particularly in relation to the business-related development in that particular part of the site?
So I wouldn't suggest that we need to do that, but we'll certainly give it consideration and come back to you on that.
Okay.
So I'm not suggesting that there's any prescription about what needs to be done, but I would just like personally to be satisfied that there are solutions to this problem.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'll bring Miss Miller in and then Mr. Hildren afterwards. So Miss Miller first, yeah.
Thanks. Just to support what Mr. Horn has said, I have got concerns that the policy wording is very light on mitigation that is actually required, and I feel that we've yet to see any evidence to demonstrate that this development can take place without causing harm to the A and B, even with mitigation. And these concerns are exacerbated by some of the indicative densities and heights that have been specified in the master plan framework. As I mentioned earlier, there are quite significant parts of the site where the average height is between 3.5 and 5 stories, which makes that scale of development very difficult to mitigate by any landscaping. And some of those areas, as we discussed earlier, are on pieces of land that the AONB consider to be prominent from the AONB, although the growth options report has indicated that they're on parts of the site that don't require any significant mitigation. For example, there's 2 hillocks, I'll call them, where tumuluses are indicated on that area of land between the A20 and the railway line. And yeah, 3.5, 4, 5 story buildings on rising land, it's just not going to be possible to either screen them or either to filter views of them through landscaping mitigation. In terms of the land to the south of the A20, landscape mitigation, to my mind, should principally comprise large swathes of structural planting on an east-west axis. And that would need to be incorporated at various points heading sort of south through that large development area because of the higher views from the higher topography from the AONB, just having mitigation planting along the, say, the northern boundary wouldn't screen development as it then proceeds up the hill in a southerly direction. So in order to properly filter the views, there's going to need to be extensive belts of structural planting required. And I'm just concerned that there's a lack of specification in the policy wordings to give any assurances that that can be carried out effectively.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Shadaravian.
We can certainly consider strengthening the policy, as I've suggested. I will have a look at and do if it's necessary. Yeah. Inevitably, so you would have to approve or require modifications to be made in due course. So it's a matter for you at the end of the day. But certainly, before we get to that stage, if I can strengthen the policies and provide you with copies of those amendments, proposed amendments or modifications, then I will. So far as the landscape across the site is concerned, and those large landscaping swathes, that is the approach which is to be adopted here. And that is another reason why the densities also are kept reasonably low across the whole development. But the extent to which the detail should be provided in the policy and the extent to which you can be satisfied that the master planning approach will deal with it are two separate things. But certainly I will see if I can firm up the policy. And I will have regard also to the employment area, specifically that triangle, to see whether or not we can add some words into that which give greater assurance.
That's helpful, thank you. Okay. Mr. Hilda.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to make the first point that policy SS7 starts with, it's critical that it does so, it starts with the words, this is a landscape-led approach. That's what it decrees the development should be led by, the landscape. And that, in essence, is saying that landscape is the determining factor here. Certainly from the master planning side of things, beyond the scope of this inquiry, with this hearing, we approach things with regards to the garden settlement. But it's in black and white there for me and for us as a team to respond to. And I think it's the appropriate way of wording that policy, that it's right up there at the top, landscape-led approach. As I said, that determines then that mitigation is embedded throughout the design. It's not something that occurs once we've decided where buildings are best put, but it is the starting point. And that is reflected very much in the indicative nature of those diagrams, 4.5 and 51 of the phase 2 report, insofar that the development will be, and through the words that the policies SS7 is indicating, a series of open spaces, parks, open spaces that respond to the landscape that's there. And by the landscape, I mean both the historic landscape around the castle and other heritage assets, and the topography and other factors that contribute to its richness, whether that's the river corridors of the Upper East Stour, the farmsteads that we talked about, and preserving their setting to a degree to aid that character. It's all about using landscape, using the current landscape to inform and create that character in which then buildings are sited. So we believe that that policy sets it out quite clearly on how mitigation of the form set out in SS7 throughout all the different paragraphs there can be adopted. I think the Mr. Horner and Ms. Miller were both indicating skepticism on whether buildings could be screened was one of the words, and hidden was one of the other words. I think they're both words that we don't feel are appropriate to the scheme as a whole. We will be seeking through the mitigation to integrate this development into its setting. We're not seeking, and do not feel it's possible, given its scale, to physically hide or screen this development. And I don't think that should be the bar upon which these policies should be written. I don't think they are, or the virtue of this garden settlement, either now or in the future, should be judged against. It's whether it can be suitably integrated into its setting. Views, I think Ms. Miller said, should be filtered, and I agree with that. She also touched upon the quantity of tree belts and structural planting layered and integrated through the landscape, and that's something that we agree with as well. And that is something, as a principle, we will be taking through to the planning application stage, and obviously clearly not to be debated in too much detail at this juncture. But I'm clear that what's set out there in the policy supports that approach that we're already developing and taking to be able to deliver in that embedded mitigation into the settlement. And I think that's just reinforced by the high degree of open space proportionate to the built form that is being proposed. It's inevitable that such a high degree of open space has to be integrated through the scheme, and it can be done so to suitably mitigate or mitigate to a suitable point the impact of the scheme. I think that policy SS7, as I say, does that. It doesn't just do that in the landscape-led approach. It goes on, which the landscape-led is the key and important one at the start. But it goes on to reflect on the fact that it should have a vibrant town centre, and that brings me back to my point about the legibility of the settlement as a whole, as helping to mitigate it, helping to integrate it into its setting. It goes on to talk about those then neighbourhoods which are formed by that landscape-led approach. The landscape-led approach determines the location of those open spaces and the green ways and traffic-free routes between them. Then that in turn gives rise to the location of the village neighbourhoods with distinct character, informed by the character of the spaces that surround them. So I think throughout Policy 7, we're confident it has the ability, it has the wording there to shape a scheme that can be successfully mitigated. Thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. Harman.
Thank you, sir. I think that what we're discussing is a really interesting discussion, but the thing that we're really discussing is whether the benefits of this proposal outweigh the harms. And in terms of the mitigation, I'm glad to hear Mr. Hill just say that you can't disguise up to 10,000 new homes in this location, as you certainly can't. And there's many fine words that are used here, including landscape-led, but actually we're destroying landscape. And in terms of the policy, I think there needs to be much strengthening and many changes, because urbanizing this area brings significant harm to many things, including the dark skies, which in an urban environment there will inevitably be light. And even if the lights are downward facing and comply with all the latest standards, they still create a halo on the horizon. So I really ask you, sir, to consider whether the benefits that this brings on this scale outweighs the harms. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Horner.
Yes, I'd just like to come back to Mr. Hilda. If he wasn't watching the screen, I did put the hidden in virtual quotes. I did say I wasn't a landscape architect, and I do recognise that there are other ways to mitigate the structural appearance of large buildings. But I would just like to query this landscape-led, this term landscape-led. Seems to me it doesn't have any more meaning than the garden in Garden Town, especially as about half an hour ago we were told that the location of the employment uses was far from landscape-led, it was transport-led. So, I mean, is there a better way to define what landscape-led means within this document?
Okay, perhaps that's a rhetorical question, Mr. Horner. Not sure anyone can answer it, particularly at this time of the day, but thank you for that. Okay, any further points? I'm conscious of the time, and perhaps just take some soundings from people, but in terms of where we are on the agenda and what we were intending to do, we were intending to move on after landscape issues to deal with matters relating to natural environment and biodiversity, and then heritage assets. I think in both cases I was hoping, perhaps optimistically, that we could deal with them relatively quickly compared with the landscape and AONB issue, but they still require some time. I think my thoughts, given that we've postponed this discussion on transport issues, which was due to take place first thing tomorrow, one option would be just to, when we finish with the issue of the AONB setting, to stop for the day, and then to continue tomorrow, moving on to natural environment issues and then heritage. It's been a long day already. I'm conscious potentially, though, that particularly the council's specialist advisors may or may not be available. They may have just been geared up to be here today, so I don't know what the situation is as far as the specialist from the council's point of view is concerned. If people are available tomorrow to continue in terms of the natural environment issue and heritage assets, that probably makes it sensible to finish for the day soon, I think. But Mr. Shadaravian, can you?
Yeah, we're just inquiring now. I'm hoping that those who can hear you, who are acting for us, will be able to indicate now whether they are available for tomorrow morning. Yeah. And I'm not sure if we have anybody else lined up, do we? Who's not online at the moment?
I don't think so, no. We may need to draw on Josh Shallen and Jeremy Owen from LUC for questions about the habitats regulations assessment.
Yes, but are they available tomorrow? That's
so it's Jeremy Owen speaking here.
Hi, Jeremy.
Available tomorrow morning, but not tomorrow afternoon.
Okay. I mean, everyone else hopefully would have been geared up to come, well, to be on screen tomorrow, not go anywhere. So I'm hoping that everyone thinks will have been available anyway to continue. It's just we're getting to that point where it's probably stretching it to carry on any much further with the day to day. So perhaps if there are any particular problems from any of the council specialist support representatives, now would be a good time to let me know, because otherwise I think we'll probably look to draw the session today to a close and finish.
Sir, just to say, if the council needed me, I would also be available for tomorrow morning session.
Yeah. So as I said, I'm hoping we'll hopefully get through the items D and E on the agenda relatively quickly, but we do need to spend some time, and then we can move on to get back on track with infrastructure needs, etc. Okay. So in the absence of any dissenting voices. Just to give an opportunity before we do that, just to any further final points anyone wishes to make in relation to issues in terms of the setting of the AONB and how mitigation might be employed.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Any final comments before we draw things to a close? As I said, tomorrow we'll be moving on to look at the effects on the natural environment and biodiversity.
Yeah. Nothing from us, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, good. Thank you all very much then. It's been a long day, but we've got through some fairly hefty stuff there in terms of evidence and discussion. So do appreciate everyone's contributions and patience during the day. So okay, we'll pause that at that point. Then, as I said, we'll move on. So we're starting again 9:30 tomorrow, and we'll move on to look at the effect on the natural environment and biodiversity issues. So thank you.